Good morning, everyone. This is the Assiniboine Community Committee. Today is Monday, June 23rd. My name is Councillor Sean Dobson. I'll be the chairperson. We have with us Councillor Evan Duncan and Councillor Janice Lukes. From the Public Service, we have Mr. Golson and Ms. Cohen, plus
Haj Ahmed.
okay, and then I would like to acknowledge that we are on Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Innu, and Dakota peoples, and in the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation in Treaty 3 territory. At this point, I would like someone to put a motion forward for the
Motion to approve the minutes from the last meeting.
minutes from May 26th. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion's carried. Now, the reports.
We do have one delegation today.
Okay. Delegation.
So I don't see Simon in the gallery or in, oh, sorry.
That's all right.
Sorry.
Right behind you.
Simon Marchand from UM Properties to be heard with respect to report 4. You can just make your way up to the table there.
Thank you very much.
Apologies. You have up to 5 minutes for your presentation.
Hey, good morning, honorable members of the committee. I'll keep my dialogue brief. I'm really here in capacity of seeing the design guidelines of the Southwood Development Plan approved by the Assiniboine Community Committee today. And ideally, he present here in case any questions come up that would benefit from further clarity. We have really robust design guidelines that are well in excess of the City of Winnipeg's design guidelines and are intended to form the basis of a highly sustainable, high contemporary design project moving forward. Infill of the old Southwood Golf Course, North University of Manitoba. We're excited to see this development move forward. We're looking for some administrative efficiencies in terms of having the Southwood's own development review committee, which is already to be reviewing applications from developers under the development plan to make recommendations and share those recommendations with the city's administrators under the planning approval process and replace the current process, which would see that plan approvals are first going through the Assiniboine Community Committee. Otherwise, we feel that we have design guidelines that have been reviewed and approved by administration with some requests for clarity on the definition of low rise, medium, and high rise, which I can confirm will be updated to make clear that they adapt to the city's complete communities direction strategy 2.0 to address those questions. And otherwise, I appreciate your time today.
Okay.
All right. Any questions from?
No, I'll talk to the public service when it comes forward, but the design guidelines, right? This is I mean, I think they're spectacular. I mean, they're obviously much higher than the City of Winnipeg's design guidelines. They're a more detailed, just a higher level of desires that you want for the community, which I think is great. That's fantastic. I'm really supportive of this. This is something we've not really done here before, right? This is a first. So we're approving the design guidelines and then we're making a zoning agreement amendment. Are you staying for that too? Or
Absolutely.
yeah, so then we'll do the zoning agreement amendment, which will eliminate the need to have the public service write a report on a project, will eliminate the need to come to committee. So why do you want to do this?
So absolutely. I mean, the notion is we need efficiencies in projects coming into shape in Winnipeg. Given that there's the robustness of this development plan in place, the robustness of having a development review committee that is formed based on the development plan, which has been viewed and approved by the University of Manitoba Board of Governors. It's undergone a high degree of scrutiny and is really world class. There's no reasonable value that can come out of adding additional kind of administrative review to that. So this is really what the community needs, what the development plan needs, what Southwood needs to move forward and be viable and be fast tracked.
Yeah. And you're right when you say world class, because there will be a lot of eyes on this, right? Not just the public service, not just counselors, not just neighbors, but I think the Globe did a story on it at one point. Like there's a lot of people across Canada watching this project. It's it is the largest infill project I think the city's ever done. And you've got a good team in place. You've got good people in place. You've got your committees. So that's great. Well, we'll speak to it further with the public service when we get to those items, but thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much, Councillor.
Okay.
Thank you.
One question,
Please.
I see you've got different phases for this. Do you know roughly how many units will be built over the long term?
We've got entitlement for 11,000 units based on
That's what I wanted.
yeah, based on approximately 85 units, acres of development land. Having said that, I mean, that's today. I mean, there are opportunities that more density could be garnered based on the trend and population growth in Winnipeg. We see it as, roughly 350 units a year over, 25 to 30 years. Based on our current projections, we feel there's an element of conservative that once we build up momentum, we build up speed. I think this will be almost a beacon to some of those people a little bit lost in Canada that they want that urban experience. They want to live in high density, but they've been priced out of, say, the Toronto and Vancouver markets, and now we're seeing Calgary also kind of being out of touch for a lot of Canadian families. So we're hopeful that once we can build a momentum in the next 5 years that will speed things up. But kind of large strokes, we're looking at 11,000 units over the next 25 to 30 years. So roughly the same density that Bridgewater development would have seen 20 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate you coming out today. A bit of a hot topic over the years, but golf courses have come up over the time in Winnipeg on what to do with them and whether they should be infill or not. Comparatively, are you aware of how this is size-wise to other golf courses within the city of Winnipeg?
I can't speak to that. I mean, it started at 112 acres. I mean, some of the land was given to the city for the Southwest expansion project and the BRT, forming Bormir Trail and obviously the loop to the north of IG Field, now Princess Auto Stadium. I would say that, Southwood's interesting because it's not specifically just a golf course, right? It's a golf course that was undergoing financial strain and duress due to riverbank issues. So they were losing their ninth hole to the riverbank. So eventually it didn't make sense for a golf course to bear the civil engineering costs of maintaining and stabilizing that riverbank. But then lo and behold, you make it 11,000 unit development and you front load the servicing costs of a much larger scale, and suddenly a civil engineering project to stabilize that riverbank becomes a lot more favorable. So I'd say there's a lot of factors. I mean, there's the golf course, there's the BRT, connecting downtown to University of Manitoba, and there's the opportunity to stabilize the riverbank, given the financials of a much larger scale development that can all come together to make this project viable. I can't speak to, other golf courses checking all those boxes in terms of being on a BRT line, being adjacent to, employment drivers such as University of Manitoba, VGH, and the Smart Park. But there are a lot of things that make this development sing, irrespective of simply the fact that it's very green because it was a golf course, benefits from mature tree stands because it's a golf course, and obviously it was a well-positioned golf course by the river, which now it's going to be a well-positioned multifamily development, mixed use by the river.
So not getting too far down the rabbit hole, I've been to a Bomber game here where it's obviously issues with traffic in and out.
Well, because of construction right now.
Well, and the 33,000 people that show up on game day, but now, 11,000 units. What does the future for traffic look like in that area?
Future for traffic.
High level.
Yeah, it's high level. It's people living car free, right? So, we're already seeing that, Winnipeg, both in residents and developers, are embracing the transit-oriented development strategy where, you're having the regular requirements for stalls. We're seeing projects up and down Pembina that are already on the BRT that they're building parking to the required ratios, but it's not getting leased up. It's not being required. So you have residents that are using transit to go about their daily routines, and they're not needing those parking stalls. So this development is very much not expected to be car dependent. There will be certain elements of car dependency in the initial phases as the market needs transition to a car free future. But we're going all in on BRT. We're going all in on transit. A lot of the anecdotes I'm hearing is people used to drive to the Bombers game and it'd take 3 hours to leave the area, and they're saying, I bike there now, I take the bus there now, and that bus loop is fantastic for clearing everybody out in a timely and organized manner, and it all kind of works, right? So the Bombers games are a reason that area is a destination. We're trying to bring other reasons why that area is a destination, and we're just as confident that transit functioning well and with lots of ridership is going to continue to serve the area well. Not to mention the world-class AT that's going in there up and down University Crescent right now.
So this is even further down the road, and I could probably ask Councillor Lukes this, but is there any potential for the addition of, the next step up that some people call for in light rail to come through this area? Do you know, is this development, does it allow for it in the future?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the whole BRT Southwest expansion was designed to make it be light rail ready. So, I mean, all the city really needs to do is get some land to connect it to St. Vital. And the vision, the vision's there in terms of, the width of the lanes and the turning radii and all those things from an engineering standpoint. I believe they have been designed and preserved for. Whether or not it requires it is another question. I mean, there are a lot of other cities, that have light rail that are also expanding with BRTs because it's cost effective. It's still a, positive, reliable experience in terms of the frequencies, the speed at which you're traveling, and the overall reliability. So I'd say whether or not it's deemed that Winnipeg requires light rail transit, I do believe the backbones of the site and the backbones of the BRT in the area have been engineered to preserve that as an option.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
And we did with our parking, we reduced on 3/4 of the site, we reduced it by 50% of what the city's requirements are because of transit. So, and then I think some of these are 18, 20 story high buildings that we can build there. So we'll build a little downtown Vancouver on the golf course that, had been private for over 100 years. Like it was private land for over 100 years. So, and now what we're seeing with the new transit funding that's coming down federally, that to be eligible for it, they want to see transit improvements on routes specifically going to U of M and Red River College campus at Notre Dame. So to me, if the federal government is saying that, that's saying, look, you know, immigration's going to open up again. One of the easiest and fastest routes is through international students. And focusing on the universities and the college to get better transportation to and from. So yeah, I think this is just a phenomenal project. So I can't wait to do the first ribbon cutting of something there. Hopefully you'll still invite me to these, even though you haven't come for plan approval on them. So
Absolutely.
okay. Okay, I have no more questions.
Okay, I have one further question.
Please.
Some of this will be geared for the students that live at the campus, of course.
Yeah, not necessarily exclusively, but I mean, you can gear it to students in terms of, doing more compact units and focusing on a price point that's more palatable for them. We talked about parking a lot, right? So one of the notions of parking is, not everybody needs parking. So if you're doing studio units do not need parking. Studio units do not need a chef's kitchen, right? So you're doing units and the kind of the amenities go along with those units geared towards students, right? There's a couple of buildings in the area, Arc and Align, where they've done a good job catering to students. One would argue in some manners they've gone too far. The units are maybe too compact that they can cater to students, but they're not maybe catering to the larger market that want to live there and be a couple or have a child, right? So I think the notion is you want to create units and market to a more diverse group of people. So you're not solely and exclusively marketing towards one group of people, such as students, but also marketing to students in terms of having studios, having smaller units that are right on the edge of campus. And don't aren't tied to a parking stall that invariably just increases your rent, increases your cost of housing.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Our delegation. Right into reports. To introduce the report to you.
Oh, I can if you wish,
Yeah,
Counselor.
go ahead.
Okay, sure, report one.
Honorary street name designating Wilkes Avenue between Kennington and Lorimer Boulevard as Civic Center Way.
Okay, so this is great. This is an extension of the honorary street name, Sikh Center Way. And I'm super supportive of it.
Mhm. And I believe that,
You want to make the motion?
yeah, just looking for the timeline extension. Is this a 5-year? This is a 10-year now going
In
to the new
2029.
honorary 5 years, making a total duration of 10 street sign topper. Okay. Yeah, I will move the extension of as recommended by the Winnipeg Public Service.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion's carried.
And two.
Number 2, honorary street name designating Oakdale Drive between Grant Avenue and Coy Avenue. That's Wayne Geshower Way.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Wayne Descour Way, the unfortunate passing of Mr. Descour. He was the president and general manager for the Charleswood Hawks for the better part of 25 years. He also was inducted into the Hall of Fame for Hockey Manitoba, as well as the acknowledged by the Softball Manitoba Hall of Fame. Unfortunately, gone too soon, but a real impact on the community. This topper would have an extension period of 10 years. So I'd like to move the Winnipeg Public Service recommendation.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Very nice. Aye.
Motion's carried.
Item 3.
Item number 3, plan approval 880 St. James Street. Here, I would
St. James
like
Street.
public service to
Sure.
give us an update on.
Yeah, this is a minor change in the building, existing commercial building at 880 St. James Street in the Polo Park area. They're basically subdividing, they don't need a subdivision to do this, but they're subdividing the building into two different commercial units, adding a new entrance. So there's going to be two primary entrances on the front facade facing St. James. So that triggers the plan approval that comes to this committee. But it's a small change to accommodate, new uses in the building. So no concern here.
You want to move or you want me to move?
So you can move.
Okay, move the public service recommendation.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Hi.
Motion carried.
Item 4.
Item number 4, design guidelines approval, 230 University Crest.
Okay, so I don't know if you had a chance to flip through the 170 pages of the design guidelines, but I flipped through them. I didn't read each page, but I've been involved in this project since the start of it. Well, actually, since the sale of the golf course and helping the golf course relocate into St. Norbert back when I was a biz coordinator in St. Norbert. Anyways, long time coming, the incredible design guidelines, really, really superior standards. We have to set the bar high. Hopefully we can meet it. We might have some modifications, but I'm very, very convinced that the standards will be even higher than the city standards. I'm supportive of this. I don't know, maybe the public service, would you like to make any comments on this? Like, do you see this come forward much with design guidelines?
Yeah, so our recommendation is approval with conditions. First, the design guidelines align with the complete community's direction and strategies. It's 2.0 policies for major development site. And the North Campus Land Secondary Plan policies and the North Campus Plan Development Overlay of the zoning bylaw. We have just note that subsection 2.2 separation distances lays out separation distances for high, mid, and low-rise building without clearly defining heights of the buildings. Or the number of stories. That's why we requested that condition. Otherwise we have no issues. We believe that the public service having the guidelines approved by the community committee and the secondary plan and the development overlay all align with each other.
So I know that with my experience with Manitoba Housing, when they're developing all the Bridgewaters, they had very strict design guidelines that they put in place for their development. And they still, to this day, they're almost finished developing the whole thing. They still have second pair of eyes, naughty design, that when a developer puts forward a plan, they look at the plan, or the city looks at the plan, then Naughty Designs looks at the plan, and basically it comes here and I just took the rubber stamp to it. So it's been wonderful. It's been great. I think it's moved the process along. But it still has to have a report and everything come forward, right? So with this, U of M lands, what we're looking at doing is, we see the design guidelines, we'll approve the design guidelines, and then we're looking at in this next zoning agreement amendment in the public hearing is just basically saying, you don't have to come here anymore. You don't have to write up reports and go through it. You work with the developer. And the whole goal of it is to facilitate more rapid or quicker development. Is that your perspective?
Yeah, that's the general idea, is that with this committee reviewing these guidelines today, all their future plans, that assuming they meet these guidelines, there's no reason to schedule a meeting at community committee or anything like that. They can just kind of submit their plans with their development permits, which they need to anyway, and then we review and sign off. And so the whole process is a little bit quicker over the long term.
Hey, Councilor.
So knowing, and some people will get nervous by these things not coming back over and over and over again to community committees.
Counselors,
Some counselors, yes.
not people,
Yeah.
counselors.
Counselors,
Or
Be
people.
specific. Some counselors get nervous by not having these things come back over and over and over again. What are some things that stick out to you that are very different that we passed today and all of a sudden in the future, we're like, well, why are you allowing that? Just so we're clear on exactly the ins and outs of this and what it is, some of the points that might stick out that are very different from the normal.
Right. I'll let Yasmin, my colleague, speak to these guidelines and what their contents are. But there is the secondary plan that is in place for this area, and there's a plan development overlay that does have dimensional standards. So that it's a unique part of the city. That's why they have a secondary plan and a PDO, and that PDO has dimensional standards, certain building heights and design things. So those are all included in the PDO. So any future design, like any building plans, any site plans, will also need to align with that PDO.
Yeah.
Things like having active entrances facing the street and not having parking in the front of buildings and those types of things. So those are things that were approved by this committee and by council. And then
I think this is a good idea. I mean, this is going to be a very unique area, and I think that to come back over and over and over again to a committee probably is not the best way to use everyone's time and resources. However, we around this table won't be councillors forever, and I would like on the public record for the councillor of the future of, maybe it might be the ward of the University of Manitoba at that point, to know these are the types of things that we're approving here today. So don't complain to the public service because the decision was made by council. Right. So is there anything in particular that stands out that may catch people's eyes in the future?
Probably the heights of buildings. People might not, 18, 20 stories. They might find that unusual to you putting in here, but that might be something. But I look at the design guidelines saying if they can do half of what they're saying, it's still more than the city's basic design guidelines. That's the way I look at it.
yeah, that's right.
I would like to add that the secondary plan and the PDO already started with the phasing of how the height and the density will be.
Yeah, it's already been approved.
So it's not that this is the first time we know that there will be
Yeah.
some high density in some places within this area or high buildings. So it's all aligns.
And I really, would like to think and believe that the development team on this project, and they won't be here forever. We're all probably not gonna be here in 25 years. I certainly don't want to be here in 25 years. It's a university. If they can't get it together and they can't do a really world-class development, that's a problem, right? Many eyes are watching this and many eyes are looking at this. So I feel very confident in helping them by allowing this process to happen. If there are issues that, let's say, the public service doesn't agree with something that they're proposing, I think that because the whole project is so progressive, I think they can work it out. If they can't work it out, my understanding is it would come to the Standing Policy Committee on Property Planning and Development for that committee to make a decision. But I just think this development is far more advanced and proposed to be more so advanced than any other development I've seen in the city of Winnipeg. I mean, I'll even compare it to the Bridgewaters because that was a super advanced, high design in green space, in visual, in the types of buildings than I've seen in many other developments, Are there other developments that have strict design I'm not aware of any, but they must have basic guidelines, right?
No, I think this is this is new. There's Waverly West with Natty. During our public hearing today, there's the Naue Adina, former
Yes.
Capitan Barracks. That will
Yes.
be a similar example.
But that's just the design guidelines for Canada lands, right?
That's correct.
Right.
Jurisdiction.
Right, where we have jurisdiction over it, right?
But that-
Okay,
That's a similar example,
right.
yet to be.
It would be evolving, yes, or evolving. Okay,
So is there, for this, there's the residential neighborhood to the north of the site. Do these guidelines speak to, I guess, like,
buffers.
buffers or scaling up from that?
I know,
And sorry, and a follow-up to that, have we heard back from these folks on any of these approvals that are going through?
I'll just quickly say that the PDO does speak to that in terms of building height and setbacks. So the general intent is that, when you see images of high rises, that's closer to campus, and then it scales down to lower scaled as it gets
Yeah.
closer to those residential.
Duplexes and triplexes. And we did not allow access on Agassiz Drive. We did not connect to Agassiz Drive at the north there. Residents came out and the university proposed that, but in the, I think the PDO process, or was it the secondary plan process, we eliminated that connection. There's a lot of riverbank challenges with Darcy Drive right now. So in 25 years, because the university is working from the south, they're working north with development, that's how they're going. So in 25, 30 years, when they're filled, people at that point can decide if they want to amend it and connect to Darcy, or if Darcy's even there at that point. So yeah, we had lots of discussion on that.
And the folks there, like the single family homes on Thatcher, who might be nervous about taller buildings, like, I mean, I'd be nervous too. However, I can provide a perfect example of where it does work. And that's at the corner of Tuxedo Drive and Gordon Avenue, where you
Yes.
have like 10 to 15-story buildings across the street from multi-million-dollar homes. And the value of those have only gone up, and there's been a nightmare construction there for the past 3+ years. I mean, like, are there reassurances given to the surrounding communities of these types of comparisons when these discussions take place? Are you aware of?
There's reassurances in, like I said, the regulations of the PDO. Those need to be amended. Those are, that's a zoning that's a public hearing that like a DAZ application that would come to this committee. Yasmin, I don't know what the guidelines speak to that transition to.
Well, they're 2 and 3 stories, townhouses is what's backing onto Thatcher. And like I said, the towers are in the south end. Now, like we're seeing in your next coming up with Vienna, there may be changes in 25 years, whatever, but for our build out, they're starting at the south and working north, right? So it's a little different than your build out. But the residents very actively engaged the residents, and people were happy about that. The only issue was the Agassiz Drive connection, which we eliminated. So people are happy to see something happening. Pathways are going in, the incredible pathways. The whole river bank is being stabilized. I think it was done 2 years ago. Hundreds and hundreds of piles went in, and it will be very Forks-like in the final completion of it, very plaza Forks-like. So yeah, we're all very excited and happy. We're just going to be thrilled when University Crescent construction is finished. Of course, then we'll have to contend with the Pembina Highway construction, but that's progress, right? It's progress.
Good. Want to move?
Yeah, I'll move it. I'd love to move the approval of the design guidelines, public services recommendations with their amendments in it.
All those in favor?
And so, Councillor, just to confirm, you're supportive of the condition?
Yes.
Public service. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion is carried. We'll end this meeting.
TV time out.
Okay, we'll start again at 10:30.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. This is the Assiniboine Community Committee. This is the hearing portion of the committee. I would like to acknowledge that we are on Treaty One territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Innu, and Dakota peoples, and in the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation in Treaty 3 territory. I will be the chairperson for this meeting. My name is Councillor Sean Dodson. We also have with us Councillor Evan Duncan and Councillor Luce, and we have some members of our public service. We have Mr. Golson, Miss Haj Ahmed, and Mr. Kowalik. Our senior committee clerk today is Miss Cohen. Go ahead.
In accordance with the City of Winnipeg Charter and the Development Procedures Bylaw, the process the committee will follow is the applicant will be heard first, followed by those in support of the application. Next, those registered in opposition are heard, followed by those registered for information. Finally, the applicant may return to speak in rebuttal to comments made. However, no new information is permitted. Please note that when your name is called, it is your opportunity to speak. However, you are not obligated to do so. For a more in-depth overview of the public hearing process and other information pertaining to what happens before, during, and after a public hearing, please consult the City Clerk's Department website. Please note that all public hearings are recorded and will be part of the public record. Should you have any questions after the hearings have concluded, please contact the City Clerk's Department. Item 1 is a subdivision and rezoning at 1200 and 1204 Sturgeon Road under file DASZ 19 of 2025. Please note additional communications were received in support of the matter, which have been distributed to all members of the committee. All Zoom participants have been muted and will only be permitted to speak when called upon. Once you have been heard, you can either remain in the Zoom meeting or leave and continue to watch live via the city's YouTube channel. If any Zoom participants are currently watching the live meeting on YouTube, please mute the YouTube audio now. I'll look to the planner for a brief overview of the application.
Yes, thank you. The subject property is located at the southwest corner of Sturgeon Road and Saskatchewan Avenue. This is in the Heritage Park neighborhood of the St. James Ward. The property is comprised of two separate parcels of land, which together have a total area of 4.85 acres. A commercial building and accessory parking area is currently on the property, but this is one small part of the overall property, and the remainder of the property is vacant. The subject property is located in the Established Neighborhoods Recent Communities Policy Area under Complete Communities Direction Strategy and is zoned A, agricultural zoning. The applicant proposes to consolidate the two parcels on the property into one lot and rezone this lot to the RMFM Residential Multifamily Medium District. This is to accommodate the construction of a multifamily residential development. Plans submitted by the applicant show the proposed multifamily development is made up of three separate buildings. Each of these buildings will have a height of 4 stories, or measured to be approximately 42.5 feet to the midpoint of the peaked roofs of these buildings. A total of 186 dwelling units are proposed, and a total of 282 accessory parking stalls are proposed. This is a ratio of 1.52 parking stalls per unit and therefore meets the requirements of the Winnipeg zoning bylaw at this location, which is 279 stalls. Access to the proposed development will be taken from a bi-directional approach from Sturgeon Road, at a location approximately 375 feet south of the intersection of Sturgeon and Saskatchewan. No private approaches from Saskatchewan Avenue are proposed. And it should be noted there's no variance or conditional use associated with this application. It's just the subdivision and rezoning. The Urban Planning and Design Division supports the application given that it complies with relevant policies in complete communities and is considered compatible with the surrounding context, which includes existing multifamily housing to the west and future residential uses to the north of Saskatchewan Avenue. That's the summary. If happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? I have one question. The access from Sturgeon Road, that's the existing access?
Yeah, that's where the existing access is. If you give me a sec here, I can confirm that the location is the same.
It looks pretty
It's,
close.
it's approximately the same, maybe a little bit to the north by about 20 feet or so. Yeah. Generally the same location.
All right. Actually, the only question I have.
So first we'll hear from the applicant, Rachel Ricard, who's joining us via Zoom today. Rachel, we've just asked you to start your video and if you could just unmute yourself. And then you have up to 5 minutes for your presentation.
Good morning, thank you. Just a quick question about the presentation. Does that go up, Leah, or?
If you wish to share it, you can via Zoom. And then on Zoom, but the counselors do have your presentation.
Okay. I will just stick to the presentation if they have any questions on them. They've seen it. Good morning. My name is Rachel Ricard. I'm the Director of Land Development for Broad Street Properties and Seymour Pacific Developments. If you're not familiar with Broad Street Properties, we are a family-owned real estate development company. We work under a philosophy of dirt to door. So we work right from property acquisitions all the way through concept development approvals, such as this rezoning here today, through to construction, and then turn over the properties for long-term management to Broad Street Properties. In Winnipeg, I believe we have about 17 rental properties in Winnipeg and about 3,500 rental units. This project here on Sturgeon Road would be our 18th. We also have a regional office in Winnipeg. I think there's about 70 to 100 employees in the Winnipeg regional office. So as the planner there mentioned, this property is located in the St. James Ward in the Heritage Park neighborhood. It's directly on the southwest corner of Saskatchewan Road and Saskatchewan Ave and Sturgeon Road. To the north of the property is further industrial and the airport area west residential secondary plan. To the east is further forested land. To the south is more forested land. A little further south, there's some soccer fields and future City of Winnipeg dog park. And then to the west, behind the property, is a public lane and some existing 4-story residential on Quail Ridge Road. The subject property is well served by neighborhood amenities. There's about 300 meters away, there's a transit stop. There is 4 grocery stores, about 5 to 10 minute drive, 3 grocery stores. There's the Unicity Center and the Polo Park Mall, about 10-minute drive. There's 3 schools, elementary, middle, high school, the Centennial Park Fitness Center, St. James Civic Center, Assiniboine Park, all 5 to 10 minutes. And then in about 4-minute drive is the Grace Hospital. This property is in the established neighborhoods, recent communities designation that supports increased population for revitalization and rejuvenation of older neighborhoods. It supports mid-rise development in a residential context and it supports additional housing options for residents. The site is zoned agricultural. Our rezoning application proposes a rezone to residential multifamily medium where multifamily dwelling units are permitted use. The development would be 3 4-story apartment buildings, total of 186 units. That would be a mix of studio 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units, along with the sort of neighborhood amenities. There would be private amenities, a gym, a community lounge, indoor, outdoor, a playground, community garden, and dog run. We are a pet-friendly landlord. We did have an arborist come on site and did a tree assessment. So there is in the northwest corner, there is a sort of a grove of trees that we can retain, along with a little bit of trees on the south and the southwest corner where practical and where they're in good health. That concludes my presentation.
Great.
Any questions?
Yes, do you have any questions? Okay, I have one question. Well, first off, I think it's an absolute beautiful design with the apartments they will be perfect for that location. especially considering that just west of it, we have apartments very similar. My only question is, have we been looking at the speed limit on Sturgeon Road because currently it's 70 there? Would that be something that we'd be looking towards slowing down to 60 because of that intersection?
I think that would be a decision of city staff, not.
Yeah, I just thought I'd run it by you though anyway.
Oh, oh, no, we have no objection.
Okay. I have no further questions. It's a wonderful looking development.
Thank you.
I guess my question would be, I guess who are you appealing to in that sort of tucked away corner out there? Who do you envision the market to be?
Yeah, it's a great question. So one of our niches, or our niche, is that we rent to the masses. Our tenant demographic really is almost evenly spread from 20 somethings to families to seniors to singles. And of course we're a pet friendly rental, so that's a big draw as well for our tenants. Broad Street Properties is a national leader in service focused rental management, so we have built a reputation of clean, well-maintained properties as well, and that is definitely a draw for professionals.
Okay, I don't have any more questions.
Seeing no more questions, thank you very much.
Okay, we have no one else registered to speak in support of, in opposition to, or with respect to this application. Just checking that no one in the gallery wishes to speak in support, in opposition to, or with respect to this specific application. Okay, if there are questions for the public service.
I have one question from the public service. Of course, it's a little off topic and it has to do with the speed. Is that something we should consider down the road?
That is, I believe that would be independent of this application, but
Off topic, sorry.
planning, we have no
Okay.
concern with that.
Then I have no questions.
Okay,
Councillor Duncan,
Would you like me to move?
yeah, you can move it.
Technically, the applicant is entitled to come and speak in rebuttal to comments made. Rachel, I don't know if you want to speak to anything you heard. No new information is permitted, but if you wish to, you can.
No, thank you.
Okay. Great,
All right.
That it?
that's it. If you're ready for motions.
Motion.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will move that the report of Winnipeg Public Service be taken as read.
All those in favor?
aye.
Motion carried.
That the receipt of public representations be concluded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
That the recommendation of Winnipeg Public Service be concurred in and forwarded to the Executive Policy Committee via priority rezoning process. My supporting reasons that they fit in the context of the community, that they're supported by the local area councillor, and that the infill is appropriate for this area as we see the expansion of Centerport and all of the amenities in the surrounding area.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried.
Mr. Chair, I'll move that the public hearing with respect to this application be concluded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried.
Please note that the committee has made a recommendation on this matter that will now proceed to council. No further representations are permitted, and all persons registered for the public hearing will receive notice when the matter is to be considered by council. Are you comfortable if we continue on, councillors?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Item 2 is, sorry, if there are questions for the clerk, I'm happy to assist, but okay. Oh, okay. Item 2 is a zoning agreement amendment at 230 University Crescent under file ZAA 2 of 2025. Please note, communications were received in support of the matter, which have been distributed to all members of the committee. If the committee would like a brief overview from the planner before we get started.
Absolutely.
The subject site encompasses the former land, the location of the Southwood Golf and Country Club to the north of the University of Manitoba Fort Garry campus, IG Field, and other recreational facilities. The site is bisected by the University Crescent and located in both Montcalm and Agassiz neighborhoods of Waverly West Ward. The subject site has a total lot area of approximately 110.76 acres. It has been vacant since 2013. The property is currently zoned PR1, Parks and Recreation 1 Neighborhood District, RMFS, Residential Multifamily Small District, and RMU, Residential Mixed Use District, and is located within the areas of Stability Recent Communities Policy Area under the Complete Communities Direction Strategy 2.0. The subject site is also adjacent to Pamina Highway, which is designated as a regional mixed-use corridor. The property also forms the North Campus Land Secondary Plan area. The applicant proposes to remove clauses 2 and 3 of the zoning agreement, which requires plan approval by the Assiniboia Community Committee for all new development on the subject site. Instead, future development would be subject to plan approval by the Director of Planning, Property and Development only. The Urban Planning Division recommends approval of the proposed zoning agreement amendment to remove the Assiniboia Community Committee plan approval requirement in clauses 2 and 3 and limit it to Director Plan approval because the policies under Complete Communities Direction Strategy 2.0, the North Campus Land Secondary Plan, the North Campus Plan Development Overlay 2, all approved by Council following by public hearings, and the required design guidelines just been approved by the Assiniboia Community Committee are considered sufficient policy documents to guide planners in reviewing and making decisions on future directed plan approval applications. Thank you.
All right. Well,
No questions or any questions?
I don't know, we talked a lot about this earlier. So I'm very happy with this. I know some councillors wouldn't be, like Councillor Duncan had mentioned, but you know, if we want to build housing, we want to move it along. I think this is a very good way to go. I think we should, I've been supportive of the planning commission also, but many aren't. So that ended that. I'm very, very supportive of this. So I will be supporting it. I guess there's motions I have to make in here. Yes. Okay. Okay. So can I make the motion now?
Oh, we have to.
Oh, we have to hear from the applicant. Okay. All right. Applicant again.
So Tom Jansen is with us in person today. So Tom, if you want to make your way up, you have 5 minutes for your presentation. So you just plug it into that laptop there. Just share this. And then the green button to share. And it'll just ask you to confirm which window you want to share. Your presentation.
2-minute break. After this one. Yeah, after number 2.
All right, good morning. Thank you, committee. My name's Tom Jansen. I'm a registered professional planner with Civilians LP. I've just got a very brief kind of overview of the application before you. Just as a recap, just in terms of the project timeline for the planning and redevelopment of the former Southwood Golf Course, it really started with the adoption of the Visionary Regeneration Master Plan by U of M's Board of Governors in 2016. Subsequently, UM Properties, the developer of the lands, was established in 2018. We were involved in that planning work, and it led to the adoption by the city of the North Campus Secondary Plan in 2021, and then a subsequent subdivision and rezoning approved by council in 2022. In the meantime, UM Properties engaged Dialogue, a national design firm, to develop a comprehensive development plan, the design guidelines that was discussed this morning, I understand. And what we're bringing forward today is this proposed zoning agreement amendment to delegate the design approval to the Director of Planning. So yeah, we're UM Properties through the ZAA application basically seeking two things. One, approval of the design and development guidelines, the Southwood Development Plan by ACC, and I know that was an item this morning, through plan approval, and then the delegation of that design review decision to the Director of Planning in accordance with approved guidelines and the recommendations of UM Properties Development Review Committee. So they've established a development review committee that's a subcommittee of their board, and then includes a third-party architect to advise on design. So really, fundamentally, that design guideline document complies very closely with the approved secondary plan, and it's a key implementing tool. UM Properties sees it really as streamlining the overall development approval process, but also adding rigor to the design process through its own design review committee. It's consistent with the process, I think, being implemented in other secondary plan areas and master plan communities in Winnipeg, having that set of design guidelines that govern design. And then ultimately, UM Properties is committed to design excellence through its master plan, as evidenced by these design guidelines. And this process is going to ensure that design excellence is carried through the secondary plan or through the guideline adoption. That's it.
Go back to your timeline. You need to put another 10 years of multiple designs and competitions and craziness.
Yeah.
We're very happy to get to that point.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions? No? No further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so there is no one else registered in support of or in opposition to the application or with respect to the application. You can, take your USB stick.
Well, I'm next to, so I'm.
Oh. Okay, so just confirming that no one in the gallery is looking to speak in support of, in opposition to, or with respect to this application. Okay, if there are questions for the public service.
I have no
No.
questions.
Okay.
No questions.
Technically, Tom is entitled to speak in rebuttal to comments made. I don't know if you, okay. All right.
Okay, I'd like to move that the report of the Winnipeg Public Service be taken as read.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion is carried.
The receipt of public representations be concluded.
All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Motion is carried.
That the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service be concurred in and forwarded to the Executive Policy Committee via the priority rezoning process. Supporting reasons then? Okay, so the supporting reasons are, there are many processes in place to ensure high standard design guidelines, many review committees in place, and there is an appeal process if there is not concurrence. So what this will do is it will accelerate the ability for the committee for the university to proceed with development. So it's basically accelerating development. I strongly feel, believe and know there are many processes in place to ensure a very high quality designed development occurs. Those are my reasons.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion is carried.
And that the public hearing with respect to this application be concluded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion is carried.
Please note the committee has made a recommendation on this matter that will now proceed to council. No further representations are permitted, and all persons registered for the public hearing will receive notice when the matter is to be considered by council.
Mr. Chair, can we take a quick 2 to 5 minute break?
Okay. All those in favor? 2 to 5 minutes.
Aye.
break. Okay, we're back from this short recess. We're going to be looking at item number 3.
Okay, item 3 is a subdivision and rezoning at Taylor Avenue, south side between Keniston Boulevard and Portsmouth Boulevard, lot 17, under file DAS 18 of 2025. Please note communications were received in support of and in opposition to the matter, and they have been distributed to all members of the committee. All participants have been muted and will only be permitted to speak when called upon. Once you have been heard, you can either remain in the Zoom meeting or leave and continue to watch live via the city's YouTube channel. If any Zoom participants are currently watching the live meeting on YouTube, please mute the YouTube audio now. If you'd like a brief overview from the planner, the application.
Thank you. So as a bit of context, this is part of the Nawa Edina lands, the former Kapyong Barracks site. So the Nawa Edina area, the entire area encompasses the former location of the Kapyong Barracks, which were of the Canadian Forces Base in Winnipeg. The barracks closed in 2004, and the Nawa Edina area today has two separate land ownership groups. The Canada Lands Company, or CLC, which owns approximately 51 acres of land within the former Kapyong Barracks site, and the Treaty One Nations, or T1N, which owns approximately 108 acres in the former Kapyong Barracks site. The city does not have jurisdiction to approve or regulate development on the Treaty One lands.
Can you repeat that just one more time, please?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Just trying to speak about the siren, but
Yeah.
this is a key bit of information. The city of Winnipeg does not have jurisdiction to approve or regulate development on the Treaty One lands. As noted, that makes up approximately 108 acres of the former Kapyong Barracks site. So no part of this application pertains to the land that is owned by the Treaty One group. Despite the different ownerships and jurisdictions over the entire site, future development throughout the entire Nawa Edina area is intended to be compatible with the other and designed to be interconnected. So the subject site that is the matter that we're discussing today encompasses approximately 17.5 acres, and this is at the southwest corner of the Nawa Edina area. The land is currently vacant, and this site is located in the South Tuxedo neighborhood of the Charleswood Tuxedo Westwood ward. Under Complete Communities, the subject site and the rest of the former Kapyong Barracks is a transformative area or major redevelopment site. And it is currently zoned RR5, or Rural Residential 5 zoning district. Under the Nawa Edina secondary plan, which was approved by council in 2023, the subject site is located within the following policy areas: commercial mixed use policy area, medium density policy area, lower density residential, and community spaces. The applicant proposes to subdivide the subject property and create a total of 32 lots, one public reserve lot, and new public streets and lanes. The applicant also proposes to rezone the land through the creation of a planned development overlay, or PDO, which will regulate future development on the subject site. The proposed lots will include a mix of R2 residential two-family zoning, RMFM residential multifamily medium, and a small lot that will be zoned commercial mixed use. As well, the public reserve land will be zoned PR1, Parks and Recreation. Permitted uses and related zoning use specific standards of the PDO are discussed in the report. The proposal represents phase one of CLC's development in the Nawa Edina area. Future phases of development of the CLC lands will be subject to new subdivision and rezoning applications, including amendments to this proposed PDO to include future phases within the PDO area in the PDO maps. It should be noted that no variances or conditional use applications are associated with the proposed development today. They've submitted subdivision plans showing the proposed lots, but there's no detailed building plans submitted with this application. That is the summary. I'm happy to answer questions if there are any.
Any questions?
I'll ask this of the applicant as well, but could you break down the height limitations along the western portion of the CLC properties?
For sure. Yeah. So there's two policy areas, and under this proposed PDO, there's there's like two zoning districts that are proposed. Both of those areas in the PDO do regulate height so that it is generally lower than what the rest of CLC's area will have. The heights proposed along the west side are a maximum building height of 45 feet. Additionally, there's a 45-degree angular plane standard that applies so that any building that is within that, like any building built along that west side of the property must fall within a 45-degree angle from the property line.
45-degree angle from the ground to the top of the roof?
Yeah, it's measured from 12 feet above the ground to the top of the roof.
What's the buffer zone distance?
The buffer zone distance from the lower density residential is in total about 65 feet. There's going to be 65 feet from adjacent residential.
65 feet.
Yeah, from property line to property line.
Can you just walk us through that? So
Sure.
I'm looking at Park Place East, which has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 homes that go to Taylor from the CN line to Taylor. They all have varying depths on their rear yards. On average, I don't know how many feet would you say their rear setbacks are?
Yeah, I mean, it's not.
No less than 20?
I would say, yeah, just. I mean, I can get a little bit more precise than that, but I think it's safe to assume that they all meet the zoning bylaw requirement, which is 25 feet.
Okay. So then, for those in the gallery and watching at home, what is the next piece of property to the rear or to the east of Park Place?
There is a city-owned public reserve, so it's designated public reserve and owned by the city of Winnipeg. That has a width of 29.5, so just under 30 feet
Okay.
Of width. So there's 30 feet between the back property lines on Park Place East to the planned area in question today.
Okay. And is CLC, Canada Lands Corporation, are they allowed to develop on that strip of land?
No,
So that will remain a reserve for the city.
that is the city's intention, that remain public reserve.
Okay.
And will not be built on.
So I went and walked that property late last week, and there's all sorts of greenery there, some, arguably infringing from different areas, but the developer is not entitled to remove any of that.
No. No, there would be, unless they work with the city to receive permission to do so, but that is city land. They're not
And
entitled.
that's not a part of this report, not a part of the recommendation.
They are not proposing to do anything with
Okay,
that.
so let's continue east then.
Okay, Doja, let me finish the
Sure,
question on this one. So what are you gonna do with it? You're just gonna let it grow and do its thing, or do you maintain it? Or I doubt the city maintains it. Probably
Yes, they do.
Oh, they do
They cut
maintain
it.
it?
Yep.
No. It's grass or there's some trees? It looks like
There's
there's some
both,
trees.
a little bit.
Both.
There's some trees. I mean,
So if people wanted it to just go all tree, they could plant trees in there? Working with the city naturalist and all that,
yeah, if that's what the city was,
open to?
hoping to, was okay with.
Wow,
Yeah.
okay.
But it is city land, so nobody can just go and
Yeah, no.
plant anything if they want to.
All right, so then we're moving east from that property line now on to CLC land. What is proposed from the western border of the lands moving east? If you can walk us through.
Yeah, so there's two different areas that are abutting that west side of this area.
Mhm.
Down at the at the southwest corner. It's in the medium density area. In the medium density area, any building that is next to an existing residential must be 15 feet. So this is a total
Sorry, it must be 15 feet.
15 feet from the property line.
Okay.
So there's that city-owned land, approximately 30 feet, and then there's an additional 15 feet before anything can be built.
Are you familiar with what the requirement is now? Obviously, these properties were built some time ago. What's the requirement distance away from the CN line to the south?
That is in,
Is it 100 feet?
I just want to double check. It's in
Sure.
we have conditions related to railway setback and it's the guidelines for Federation of Canadian Municipalities is 30 meters. So that would be just under 100 feet.
Okay. So we're down in the southwest corner. And what is proposed to be, or what will be allowed to be built in that corner potentially?
Within 150 feet or 155 feet of the west property line, what could be built in that southwest corner is multifamily residential housing to a maximum of 45 feet in building height and 15 feet setback from the.
So
What's it set back from the city's property? How much is it set back
15 feet from the city's property.
from the city? So that's 30 plus 15, that's 45 feet.
Yeah,
and what does the 155 feet represent?
that is where the height is limited to 45 feet. So 100. Yeah,
You mean like on the 45-degree angle?
No,
well, the 45-degree angle is there. I don't think it
it
will.
doesn't apply there.
I don't think.
I don't get what the
will apply.
155 feet is.
The PDO allows in medium density, it allows a certain height. I think generally it allows for 6-story buildings, but within 125 feet of the west property line, that height is limited to 45 feet. Plus there's that 30 feet of city land, so that brings it to about 155 feet.
So 125 is the regulation, but in reality, it's 155 feet from the
From the
east
city's
property line,
Yeah,
which is the city. So then another 30, so we're up to 155. And the limit to the height, so if I own 140, 142, 146 Park Place East, and I look out my back door, there won't be a building within 155 feet of my property that exceeds 45 feet. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Okay. So let's move north. So we're going now out of the RMFM chunk at the bottom southwest corner to the R2 now that follows along the eastern property line. Can you walk us through what that looks like? And then again, take us from the edge of the property where that 30-foot easement is. What's next?
Yeah, so there's the 30-foot easement or public reserve. Then their plan is for a rear public lane to be right at the west side of the property.
Okay.
The back lane has a width of just over 20 feet,
Okay.
20 and a half feet.
That's city standard, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. That's typical of new public.
So it's
lanes.
not a private lane that's going to be smaller?
No, this will be built to city standards and will
Okay.
operate as a public lane.
Okay.
And then the rear yard setback for those R2 lower density properties will be 15 feet. So the total building setback from the back of the Park Place East properties is approximately 65 feet.
Plus the Park Place east rear yards. We're not accounting for them.
Yeah, we're not,
Okay,
It's just the property line.
from property line of the Park Place East to buildings.
so the rear yard setback is, so we're now at the back lane, we got a 20-foot back lane. The rear yard setback from the eastern edge of the lane is an additional 15 feet
Correct.
to the house or to the first structure.
To any building, but
Okay.
sorry, the principal building.
Yeah.
So
Okay, so I've seen 3 CLC developments in my time as counselor for Charles and Tuxedo Westwood, and they all have, for the most part, I shouldn't say all, but the vast majority of it, and I'll ask the applicant here, they have garages or some sort of carport. So would that count again as the first structure?
I believe that 15 feet applies only to the principal building.
Okay,
So if the yeah, so it would be the house,
okay.
or if the garage was built as part of it.
What is the requirement for a parking spot on a residential property for depth?
The zoning bylaw, if it's directly off a public lane, I believe it's 23 feet.
Okay. So now we have a 30-foot easement, a 20-foot lane, and a 23-foot parking spot.
Correct.
And then potentially either a small backyard and a house, or just a house, a single family home.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's, the setback is 15 feet, but if parking is off the lane, then, it's obviously got to be longer than 15 feet, greater than 15 feet.
And that number again is off a back lane,
So 23, I believe.
23. Okay. Okay, and those units that are being proposed, sorry, give me the zoning again on it, R2, is it?
R2.
Okay.
For these lower density.
What is R2? Is R2 rental? Is R2 single family? Is R2 multifamily? What is it?
R2 is the two family zoning district in the zoning bylaw, so it allows duplexes as of right. So, it can be a side-by-side duplex or a side-by-side duplex or up-down.
Okay.
A unit upstairs and a unit on the ground floor. So that's what the zoning district
Allowed.
permits, yeah.
Okay. As it stands right now, you know what, I'll leave it for now. I'll ask the developer just more detail on that. So it's single family housing that's being proposed here from that point all the way north to Taylor.
Yes, yeah, under R2, two family would be permitted, but I believe the intention is that those would be single family, which are also permitted in R2, of course.
And this is a public works question, but hopefully you're aware of it. So we get to the Taylor and this back lane intersection. We have Morpeth to the north, which does not align with the back lane. What is the plan at the northern extremity of this back lane? Kevin, how are you?
Not too bad, not too bad. So we worked with the applicant and we believe we have a solution to that non-aligned intersection that you're drawing our attention to. So what we proposed is to open a piece of the public reserve to create a hammerhead turnaround for that rear lane so that they can redirect their traffic internally. So it won't be a direct connection. However, they won't lose any property or lot to develop.
So that would be as opposed to just bringing this back lane out onto Taylor?
Correct.
So what are some of the challenges with having a hammerhead turnaround behind a residential property?
Well, for the garbage trucks, it'll be a tight turnaround, but again, we feel that it's a workable solution.
So if I'm living at 186 Park Place East, what am I going to be expecting with a hammerhead turnaround now in my backyard?
Again, it wouldn't be in the backyard, it would be on the public reserve, so it would be, I wouldn't anticipate too much negative consequence.
They're not gonna be doing 3-point turns in the back,
Should be 2-point.
2-point turnarounds, yeah. So there's gonna be, instead of somebody just driving by, they're gonna be stopping. We're gonna hear the beep, 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 the air brakes, pulling forward, beep, beep, beep. So it is quite a bit different with a hammerhead turnaround rather than just a straight exit onto Taylor.
So the garbage trucks are typically during the day, not at night. Again, it seems to be the best solution as opposed to having a conflicting intersection there.
I don't love it, to be honest with you, but, okay. So then how about the community as a whole for traffic flow? I looked at this plan and I see a lot of, free flowing traffic, which is great. We don't get into the issues with stop sign after stop sign after stop sign. However, from my experience of complaint department, I can relate this to Ridgewood West, where all I hear is how people just rip through the community. Full throttle, they don't have to stop at anything. They go around these roundabouts and it appears as though they're traveling well over 50 kilometers an hour. Can you help me educate the community here that what we're going to be expecting for traffic flow? Anybody?
Sure. So the applicant has worked fairly intensively with Public Works to create unique alignments or profiles for the roads that incorporate some traffic calming features. They're narrower lanes. They have wider boulevards with trees and walkways that should allow some traffic calming. There's no real through traffic through this development. They are just entering and going to their residence. So it's not a shortcut to anywhere because your only traffic is from Taylor. So again, the traffic study kind of indicates that it's should be fairly calm traffic flow.
No exit out onto Kenniston?
No exits out onto Kenniston and only the 2 public streets onto Taylor.
So when this ties into the Treaty 1, there won't be any additional exits?
Treaty 1 has indicated that they are planning on only connecting to the public street along the eastern property line of this development.
Okay, so you mentioned traffic calming devices. For those that don't understand what that is, what are traffic calming devices?
Bring up the report. But perhaps the applicant would be the best to.
Okay, yeah, that's fair too. Yeah, I'll just note that here. Okay, so then as we migrate away from the residential existing homes on Park Place East, what does the rest of the development for CLC look like? And I just want to point out again, we have nothing when it comes to say on what Treaty 1 builds on their property. That's correct.
That is correct.
Okay, so when any structure is when holes are being dug in the ground, when roads are being built, when land drainage is being done, when traffic calming devices are being put in, would anybody does anybody have to contact the city of Winnipeg from Treaty 1 and ask for our permission?
I don't believe so. I mean, the applicant maybe would have additional knowledge on this. I think servicing has been arranged between the city and the First Nations.
Okay.
So that,
Okay.
they get.
But
fire covered.
their intention is to conform with the surrounding neighborhoods, and they have a plan, the master plan. And
There is the master plan that this will function as one large development.
Okay, so then just briefly, what can we expect the remainder of the Canada Lands development to look like? Just
Broadly speaking, the map in the secondary plan shows that much of the remainder will also be lower density and medium density residential. This is in Canada Land sites further to the north, as well as closer to getting around Grant Avenue. It will include mixed use village. So that's, you know, a little bit more, as it sounds, a little bit more mixed use, some local commercial, that type of thing. That's kind of the broad vision for the remainder of Canada Lands.
Yeah, and we'll get a better idea from the applicant of what they're
For sure.
planning on for the rest. Okay, those are my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Okay, so first we'll hear from the applicant, Tom Jansen, speaking with David Marsh together. So they have 5 minutes for their presentation. That green button there.
Thank you. I'm Tom Jansen. I'm a registered professional planner and principal with Civilians LP. I'm joined by David Marsh. He's the director of real estate with Canada Lands Company, the owner and developer of the subject land. I'm going to turn it to David briefly just to give a bit of an overview of Canada Lands.
Thank you. Good morning, councillors. As well as being the director of real estate for Canada Lands Company, I'm also proud to say I'm a resident of Tuxedo since 2011 and further west back to Charleswood even before that. I'm going to touch briefly on who we are and a very high level about the development and turn it over to Tom to speak to the technical details of our application. Who we are, we're an arm's length non-agent federal crown corporation, i.e. we are not the federal government. We have a unique mandate. We are self-financing, self-funding. We do not get any taxpayer supports. Indeed, the dividends that we generate actually go back to the government of Canada and taxpayers. We consist of an attractions and real estate division. Real estate division of which we are part of. Our goal is, our mandate is to reimagine, redevelop, and reintegrate former federal lands back to their communities in a innovative, sustainable, and financially sound manner. We're active in redevelopment across the country. We have 23 projects going from St. John's, Newfoundland, all the way out to Vancouver, BC. We are known for showcasing innovation in housing, sustainability, and public spaces, providing a variety of housing type and tenure, promoting affordable housing, sustainability in terms of infrastructure, and also slow streets in this project, and high quality public amenities in our park spaces. And our projects are known for being innovative and award-winning and adding value to the communities that they join. Nawi Adena is a unique project both for the city of Winnipeg and for Canada Lands Company. We're operated under a memorandum of understanding with our Treaty 1 partners, and we jointly develop under a master plan. It is a mixed-use community of approximately 160 acres, as well as high-quality design, also emphasizing Indigenous identity, language, and culture. And ideally, at the end of the day, if we've all done our jobs properly, it should be a seamless development where you cannot tell what is urban reserve and what is CLC, fee simple development. Our Treaty 1 partners did want to join us here today. Megan Cushane, the Director of Property Development, was going to attend, but unfortunately could not make it at short notice. But I just want to recognize the honor that we have in working with our Treaty 1 partners on this development. I'd also like to compliment the City of Winnipeg through this process. They formed a technical working group that works with Treaty 1, CLC, and the various city departments, and it has been a very productive process. In terms of Nawi Adena overall, as the staff planner said, it's 160 acres. We own essentially 1/3, showed in yellow, the rear edge lands up against Tuxedo. Treaty 1 is developing west. We operate under a memorandum of understanding. We have a working group with Treaty 1. We're doing a number of things, including joint design guidelines that apply to the entire site, functional design, and others. And Block C represents our first phase, and PDO will enable up to 1,200 housing units through diverse housing types. Overall, between CLC and our Treaty 1 partners, we're looking at anywhere from 3,500 to 4,000 housing units and a lot of residential, predominantly along Peniston. And with that, I'll turn it over to Tom.
Thanks, David. So this application before you is the culmination of the joint master planning process undertaken between CLC and Treaty 1 in 2019. It led to the Nawi Adena secondary plan for CLC's portion of the lands and an MDSA between the city and Treaty 1 nations. You can see on the bottom of this chart, community engagement is informed and being at the forefront of the planning process with significant engagement events at each stage of the planning process, from the early concepts through to the implementing approvals. Robert gave a really good overview of the proposed application. It represents the first phase of development. I won't go into all the details of the land boundaries, but the site will have access from Taylor in two locations, one at a new roundabout on the east and the second about a block west. We've worked really closely with Public Works and the city and Treaty One to arrive at a minor collector and local road network. Kevin talked a little bit about the traffic calming measures. The streets are designed as safe, slow streets with a lot of emphasis on pedestrian and cycling infrastructure. The proposed subdivision divides the 17.5 acre site into 13 development lots, the road network, and the central public reserve. Of those lots, 27 are lane loaded lots along that western boundary.
Extension of time, 5 minutes.
All those in favor?
Aye.
They range in width from about 25 to 40 feet. And that kind of sort of diverse lot fabric is really a hallmark of CLC's award-winning communities. Out of those lots, the four widest lots could accommodate duplexes, but we anticipate the bulk of them will be single unit residential developments. And there's a lot of benefits for the lane loaded lots. They reduce the number of driveways along that western road, contribute to the neighborhood character we're trying to get and complement local slow street design and aid in managing snow, etc. This is a 3D rendering of the Central Public Reserve, which also happens to be designed as a dry pond. We've worked really closely with Water and Waste on this design. It's a climate resilient approach to manage stormwater while simultaneously providing an important neighborhood scale park amenity in the center of the community. To you, Mr. Chair, this gets to some of the discussion that was occurring before, but this provides on the left is a diagram of the proposed zones, which Robert gave a very good overview. So I won't go into detail there, but the corresponding map on the right shows the specific maximum height regime that we're proposing. So just maybe what I'll do is you can see on the multi-unit lots, we've got a range in height from 100 feet to 75 feet for those multi-unit lots, but then the single lots that are along that western boundary, we've deliberately put in that 45 foot maximum height along that whole western boundary. Now I'll note that area 2, which is the one that abuts the rail corridor, we weren't able to. It's a tricky site to develop given it's in the corner adjacent to that rail buffer. So what we've done is we've consolidated as a single lot, but we've put in strict height restrictions right against that western buffer that are consistent with kind of the community feedback and the design vision for that whole western edge to ensure it's compatible with the development. So we envision, and I'll take you through maybe just picking up on that point. You can see in this diagram on the left, the master plan and the secondary plan always envisioned lower density development on that. The board on the right is from our secondary plan open house, and that land use focus in that lower density, which extends along the whole entirety of Canada Land property here, allows, although it's lower density, it allows for a mix of single semi-detached dwellings, and some even smaller plex type units within that, but within that 45 foot height restriction and with the 45-degree angular plane that Robert talked about before. So it's been consistent, since the master plan and which was informed through input from the community. This might be helpful. These cross sections show the top cross section is the area of the single lots that from Taylor towards the larger lot at the end, at the south end of the development. But you can see the cross section. What we've done, and this is to scale. On the left is the typical residence on Park Place East. You can see that 30-ish meter utility corridor, the PR, the rear lane, and then you can see the scale, the setback with the type of form that we would see in the bulk of those single lots. The one at the bottom, again, you've got the Park Place East dwelling there. You've got the 30-meter PR strip. And then what we've done is we've shown typically, and this is common in a lot of CLC projects, we're envisioning some sort of townhouse type form in that with a 45-foot max. There could be a private lane that's against that buffer. It's going to be up to the developer, but in any case, between the angular plane provisions, the height max, this is probably the likely kind of development that we would see in that. And I'll just go back up for a sec and point it with my cursor in this area. So compatibility with the neighbors has been really at the forefront of our thinking on here. There's just a couple other key considerations I just wanted to bring to council's attention. Echoing David's comments, we've had excellent collaboration with public service through the technical working group. It's led to a lot of good idea sharing and resolution on a number of items. There's just kind of two outstanding issues that are still unresolved. One is in the ACG report, it's section 2, sub 4I, and it pertains to the Taylor roundabout.
Motion for another 5 minutes.
All in favor?
Okay.
The last one. The ACG report suggests taking some additional land, and I'll point it to my cursor here to allow a second lane that would go southbound to eastbound and connect to Taylor. This was a relatively kind of late comment coming from Public Works to include that land taking. Our TIS doesn't support that additional lane requirement. We don't have high traffic volumes based on our traffic impact study, and CLC is quite concerned with that condition. It's additional land taking on what's already a really challenging site, that CMU site, and it might make it undevelopable with that additional taking. So we don't think it's justified based on the TIS and concerned about the impact.
Yes,
Traffic impact study.
impact study,
Yeah.
okay.
And then the
So
second.
why, okay, sorry, finish your presentation.
And the second was talked about with the laneway connection. We did come up with the compromise clause with Public Works. It's certainly not CLC's preference to have the hammerhead, but it's a livable solution if that's what comes of it. CLC's concern is primarily with the potential costs of having to move hydro utilities that just become untenable, and probably some concern too about the impact to the neighbor residents. And so, CLC's preference would be to have it go through and connect to Taylor directly. We think it's less impactful overall. And then finally, I'll talk briefly on the design guidelines. The proposed PDO provides some design review policies. Treaty One and CLC have developed a joint design guideline document and formally approved it. What CLC is looking for is really kind of for the ACC to basically receive it for information and delegate design approvals again to the director. It's a document that's shared with Treaty One nation, so technically the Treaty One portion can't be regulated by the city, but Treaty One and Canada Lands will form a co-design review group and are committed to adhering this and in an attempt to ensure kind of seamless design feel across that boundary. And that concludes the presentation. Thank you for the additional time.
Okay, any questions?
Sure, so your transportation study states that it doesn't need that lane. So why does the public service think you need the lane?
I think public service's position, if I may, is trying to ensure some future flexibility given Treaty One's land adjacent to the south. Sorry, I'm going to just go back. I'll just state. So these are the lands, Treaty One. Their development plans are still evolving. We've got some sense of what they're planning, and we've got a conceptual plan that includes their traffic counts into that. And the traffic impact study looking at the through movements, and I'm not a traffic engineer, but I'll try to explain it. But basically suggests that most of the volume is going to come out in South Kenaston and not through and across north to the site. And so there's, I guess, in my own words, a bit of redundancy with that second lane. It's intended to provide a slip lane that would provide access down south to Kenaston, and our traffic engineer more
just feels that it's not necessary, given the volume of traffic projected and the fact that most of their model traffic movements are gonna go south anyway, rather than through.
The other concern is that CMU parcel at the southeast corner of the roundabout and the collector street that's gonna go in there, it's only 0.29 acres to begin with. You start taking more land at a certain point, you just can't build anything on it. And at that point, you're just denying full use of the land. So our perspective, if the city wanted to go there, would be, well, you need to buy all of it because we can't build anything on it. And again, we've gone back and looked at this a number of times, and our transportation engineer says that we understand the city's concerns, but we think perhaps this is overkill.
Go ahead. Yeah, okay. All right, I just want to focus back in on that southwest corner. So the concerns that I've received from residents, they're unclear on exactly what would be allowed or what the intention of CLC is to build in that corner. So I think I'm clear on what is going to be built, but I just want for the public record, what is the intention to be built down in the southwest corner of the property?
Our intention is to be working with the ultimately developer partner, and we would also have control of this, is to allow essentially townhouse or stacked townhomes in that southwest corner, essentially be consistent with the lower density residential designation in the secondary plan and master plan. It is not our intent to do multi-story, multi-family there. We do not feel it's appropriate nor the neighborly thing to do. We looked at working with the city staff, we looked at a variety of different ways to approach this in the southwest corner. We looked at could we do a separate parcel that would only have townhouse zoning? That parcel did not have access onto a public street, so we couldn't have a freestanding parcel. So that meant it had to be all one parcel. And we cannot do split zoning on a single parcel. So that is why the PDO says medium density residential, but it also does restrict for that western portion to 45 feet to essentially be the same heights as what is permitted in lower density residential and be consistent with the land uses. And that there was a question earlier by community committee members about why is that depth the way it is? It essentially is to match the front property line of the R2 lots to the north. And so essentially it's a similar look and feel in terms of the depth. We have no desire to put taller buildings in that area.
So the intention will be up to 45 feet.
Yeah, right.
Okay. And what does that type of building look like?
Yeah, actually one of the slides at the very beginning, we talk about who we are. Oops, one more. If you look at the image in the lower right-hand corner, that's a 3.5-story stacked town. This is from our Stanley Green project in Toronto. We have it in other projects in Alberta and Ottawa. And this would be what the type of housing where they're envisioned going in there. So essentially you could have 3 stories. The basement level may be raised 3 to 4 feet to allow for the first unit be essentially the basement and the ground floor, and then another unit on the second and third floor. And because of the building heights, your truss is in between floors, and that raise that quickly gets up to about the 40-foot. Sometimes it could be just over that. So that's why we proposed 45 feet to allow for that occur. We did have a member of the public reach out to us asking about 45 feet and noting in particular for the R2 lots to the north that an angular roof is interpreted differently under the zoning bylaw and could project above that 45 feet. We're more than happy for a friendly amendment on the city or condition to say it's 45 feet is the absolute maximum height with permitted projections under the zoning bylaw, which is chimneys and things of that nature. We believe that's a neighborly thing to do. And to be honest, it's not an aspect we considered until the area resident raised it.
Okay. So you would anticipate potentially some of these units having either not traditional pitched roofs or flat top roofs?
Basically for all multifamily buildings, we are mandating flat roofs for a number of reasons, particularly from a low impact development perspective, to allow for roof storage of rainwater for a period of time to reduce the amount of flow into sewer systems. Now, the detached residential could have more traditional pitch roofs, but certainly for the multifamily, we're mandating in our design guidelines, it's flat roof.
Okay.
along with a number of other LID, low impact development requirements.
So to hopefully ease the residents' concerns that I heard predominantly, they're not going to have a 6-story building built right against that City of Winnipeg easement.
That is correct. It's restricted to 45 feet. And if the community committee wishes to amend the condition to say it's restricted to detached residential townhome and stacked townhomes in that area and just totally take away any potential for a 4-story multifamily building to go in there, which we would not permit ourselves.
Yeah.
We are more than happy to accommodate that condition.
Okay. Would we be able to send that wording to the clerk there for consideration just on what you just said?
When did you get that?
That the area within the
Oh, like the planner for that?
120 whatever feet
Yeah.
of it is be restricted to
Okay, for consideration.
detached ground-oriented residential townhouse and stacked townhome.
Okay, so let's move north, if I may, Mr. Chair, to walk us through those single unit, traditionally referred to as single family, but single unit along the western boundary of the CLC properties. There's a variety in there. I mean, I heard 25 feet is crazy. We should not allow for that. They CLC agreed to do 75-foot lots on there. Walk us through what those lots actually look like and what is actually going to be built on them, potentially.
There are 27 lots. The smallest size is 25 feet. 5 of those lots are 25 feet. The majority of lots are between 30 and 34 feet. There are 2 38-foot lots and 2 40-foot lots. Those larger lots are essentially the end lots of those 2 blocks. And those are the only ones under the PDO that could be, in theory, duplex. Given the area and land values, I'm not sure if anyone would build duplex, but in theory it would. The other lots would not. The reason why we pursued R2 zoning specifically is the only zoning district in the zoning bylaw that allows for multiple lot sizes of this type under one zoning district. And as Tom said, this is a hallmark of what we do. We do a variety of lot widths on a block to make sure we have a variety of housing types and sizes so we don't get a monochromatic streetscape. If we did not do R2, literally we would have lots. This lot's R1M, this one's R1S, this one's R1L, and you would literally have 5 to 10, if not 12 zoning districts on a single block.
Right.
In terms of larger lot sizes, certainly one thing we've always been conservative through the master planning process, the secondary plan with a lower density residential designation is to where we can provide single family detached lots wherever we can, or in this case, we have introduced some townhouse, but that was generally where we can, we would take that approach. At no point did we ever promise 50 or 75 foot wide lots. And the reason for this being, it's just not economically feasible. I mean, you as community members see development applications all the time. How many 50 or 75 foot wide subdivisions have you seen in the past 5 or 10 years? Those lots of those side are exceedingly rare in new developments within the city of Winnipeg, because simply the cost of development is too high. In addition, we have talked to different home builders. Those home builders who would want 50 to 75 foot wide lots have basically said they would not want to do that here. Again, for finance, for the economics of it, those lots you all see out in the municipalities surrounding the city of Winnipeg. So even if we were to do those, there's not a desire to build them.
Okay, so the structure that is being potentially built after we go through this process here, should the committee choose to approve this, what does that structure look like on those single unit lots?
Go to the design guidelines.
Like I'm looking at page 11 here. You know, it's well described the depth from the existing homes on Park Place East to the new homes in Nawaodana. I see a measurement of 30.38 feet in height.
Yeah, so this is an example. This is a snapshot from the Nawaodana architectural design guidelines. And you can see the images there. Those are two examples of what we would anticipate the kind of form that we would see in this. And those were within that height range. So I mean, what we did in that diagram was kind of what we anticipate typical. You could go to the 45 foot as per, but based on real life examples and CLC, this is the kind of form you'd see.
And the design guidelines are up on our project website, publicly available. This kind of gives you the theme and the flavor of the minimal type of development we would be requiring. There's also a number of aspects within those design guidelines that mandate certain types of landscaping, minimizing the amount of turf, particularly in the front yards, from a low impact development perspective. Higher architectural design guidelines. Our projects are known for having high quality development. They consistently win awards and they consistently add value to the communities that they join.
And I mean, I'm trying to put as much of this out there that people can understand. I firsthand have seen what you folks build, and it is remarkably in good taste and, yes, for lack of better words, extremely nice. I mean, if that is repeated in the Nawi-Odina project, I think everyone will be extremely happy. I can totally understand why existing residents are unsure. They may not have ever seen this before. It's, dropped in their mailbox or before they attend an open house somewhere. So I think we got lots of clarification on that. Just the public service didn't have the answer, so I'll follow up with you guys. Typically, you require some type of garage, detached garage. So again, for distance from the existing homes on Park Place East, we have the rear yards of Park Place East, which we won't take into consideration. They're not consistent. And then we have a 30-foot corridor, utility corridor, and then we have a rear lane, and then we have this first structure. So what does that typically look like?
It's I think based on the, Robert, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it's a two foot setback from the lane for that garage, that accessory structure. The 15-foot setback, as Robert pointed out, is to the principal structure. But once you have that garage in, you're actually pushing that house closer to the street, and that's what we're going for, like a very street oriented development.
So the garage, what type of size would we be typically looking at?
Whatever is typical, and it would adhere to existing standards under R2, which I don't know offhand. They're unchanged in this PDO.
So, sorry, what was the question?
Just so we understand exactly where these structures are going to start, and you gave me a number of 23 feet as the standard.
Yeah, that's for parking spot directly off the lane. If it's an accessory structure like a detached garage, that has to be 2 feet from the lane. So there's a 2 foot setback for that garage.
And is there a minimum size that we would build that we would require the garage to be?
Yeah, there are under the zoning bylaw. There's requirements for it's.
Like, are you going to build a garage less than 20 feet long? Yeah. Right. Okay. And then the intention is to have some backyard as well?
Yes, the PDO, it basically has reduced front yard setback. So basically the intent is to push the buildings up towards the street to allow for more meaningful backyards. And also as part of the design guidelines, it requires the buildings to be facing towards the street for they all to have porches or some sort of front seating area to be more socialized in the street. The slow streets and wider boulevards are intending to be a much more pedestrian environment, move the buildings up towards the street and allow for more meaningful backyards and also to accommodate the garages. Are they smaller than the existing backyards in most of Tuxedo?
Totally.
And in terms of width, yes. In terms of depth, no. I live on a 105-foot deep lot with a lane in Tuxedo, and my house is set back considerably from the front, and there still is ample room in the back for a detached garage and backyard.
Do you anticipate, could you ballpark a backyard depth on these?
I mean, I think you could, based on the diagram here on the top, I think that garage is between 20 and 24 feet. So you've got I don't know, it's about a 20 foot backyard between the rear of the house and the garage probably.
At least, it
Yeah.
would depend on the housing type.
Okay.
The other aspect to call out is our design guidelines require all sides of all buildings to be treated the same architecturally. It's not the 1 foot wrap as you often call
Right.
your Winnipeg, where it's a nice fancy facade and then it goes 1 foot on either side and it goes stucco.
Yeah.
Our design guidelines require that finish to be on all 4 sides of the building. That would also apply to the garage, and we'd also be subject to our own architectural approvals
Right.
before it got to the city. And we'd also be speccing in those approvals a uniform fence design that would apply where there's not a garage. There would be a uniform fence to have a common look and feel throughout.
Mr. Chair, can I continue here? I apologize. I'm not trying to hijack the meeting here, but so fence was something that I did want to talk about. So I think I saw a diagram somewhere along the line that the southwest corner has a fence included.
We would be putting a fence along the southwest corner for the RMF down portion.
Which would essentially replace the existing chain link fence.
More than likely, yes. I mean, that's something that's sort of at detailed design, but typically you'd be removing the chain link fence, replacing it with a solid fence of 6 feet high.
6 feet high, okay. And then what about the remainder behind the potential single unit?
That is where would be rear lane loaded garages and a uniform fence design. And that is on the east side of the lane. We had talked about putting a fence on the west side of the lane. However, this prompted a significant amount of conversation and commentary from the public service. Basically, the feeling was you put a fence there, there's little to no room before you hit the property line. There's also the hydro lines are overhead, and also the over under and someone backing into it, snow plows hitting it is extremely high. And also it goes back to what are we actually trying to screen? If it is the homes and the garages to the east, the homes to the east, the garages and the fence on the east side of the lane would do that. A fence on the west side it's going to get damaged. It's going to be a maintenance concern. You know, it's going to get hit by snow plows and people backing their cars out of garages. That's just is because essentially you'd be back at her and then 6 inches to the fence. There'd be no room really.
Okay, you said that you would prefer that the rear lane were to empty onto Taylor without the hammerhead.
That is our preference.
Yeah.
We did work with the public service on a condition of approval that for a hammerhead, if that is what the city would like to do. Our concern with the hammerhead originally was there is Manitoba Hydro distribution lines above. We're very concerned about if we put in a hammerhead, will Hydro make us move poles, underground poles, and that gets extremely expensive very quickly. And it's also not on our land, it's in the city's utility corridor. We would prefer not to touch that utility corridor at all and connect the lane. But I also understand where the public service is coming from. We do have a little bit of concerns in what that might impact the neighbors on, that hammerhead would go relatively far across the public utility corridor. You're going to have headlights or rear lights plus the beeping of the reversing garbage trucks. However, we do understand where Public Works is coming from. Our preference is leave the utility corridor alone and connect the lane.
So on the public utility corridor, say Winnipeg land there, just so you guys can say yay or nay to this, is there any intention on doing anything with that for you guys?
We do not intend to do anything with that. There might be some minor disturbance on the very east edge of it as we're putting in the street or so forth, but our preference is we're not going to touch that at all.
Okay. And any of the existing trees or greenery would be, the intention is to maintain it. However, I mean, again, I walked it. There's some stuff that's dead. There's some stuff that's,
Most of the trees that are along that corridor on the on the west side, we wouldn't even come close to that. There are some trees that are right essentially on the property line between the utility corridor and ours. Ideally, we like to preserve them, but we do know the trees generally are small, not the highest quality. And also having worked with arborists a lot before, their concern would be since we're going to be grading a foot or two away from that, we're more than likely going to disturb the root ball, which would compromise the viability of that tree long-term. However, we are putting in a significant number of trees within the streetscape and within the park space to compensate for any loss of trees on that site. And there aren't many trees on the site to begin with. It's open prairie where the Army P4 building used to be.
Okay, so the actual roadway infrastructure, you heard my concern regarding this free flow, getting away from the traffic signals and stop signs and whatever. What are some traffic calming devices the public service deferred to you folks as the applicants here? What are some types of traffic calming devices, and explain to people exactly what that means?
I think first and foremost, we've kind of narrowed the right of ways to a certain extent, still working within the city standards, but slight alternative so that, we're just slowing down trees. We've also got on-street parking permit, I think, on most of these. And where it's a collector, there's multi-use pathways as well. So for biking, and then trees and
bioswales and so forth. And then there are locations such as shown in gray on the north side here, or the top side would be the west side. And then on the east side, which would be pedestrian connections across the street, a raised cross table to go into the park.
Yeah.
And then other similar type of treatments at key intersections. So essentially, this would become Winnipeg's first purpose design and built slow streets neighborhood. The local streets are designed at 30 kilometers an hour. The locals are designed for 40. We have narrower cross. The right of way is slightly narrow, but in particular, the curb is narrower to really encourage the traffic to slow down. And that is one of the reasons why we did the lane loaded approach to the detached residential lots. Because what we heard very loudly and clearly from the public service and working with them was concerns over snow storage. They wanted to make the boulevards and the right of way wider. And we actually said, well, what is the real issue here? And it was too many private approaches chopping up the front boulevard, takes away from landscaping, takes away from snow storage, takes away from opportunities for amenities, and also reduces the ability for on-street parking. And we said, we're very happy to do lane loaded only wherever possible, because that is what we do in our other developments. With the exception, we have lots up against a retention basin. We're almost uniformly lane loaded because it just makes for a better community.
It's exciting.
I mean, those speed tables at the pedestrian crossings are going to be so key. Again, I go back to Ridgewood. I'm not sure what's out in Bridgewater area, if they have them or don't have them, but they beg us to put them in now because it's just, once the cars get going, there is a speed limit, but doesn't mean people follow it. So
Can't read.
yeah, they can't read.
What's the saying? You can't design out stupidity, but we're going to try as much as we can.
Fair enough.
Give it a whirl.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I think that's it for now.
I have one question. I was just clarification. I might have missed it. The chain link fence along the west side, that's going to be taken out.
That's to be confirmed, but I'm about 99% certain it would be. We don't like chain link fence. We don't permit it in our project. So
It just looks awful.
yeah, it's old D&D fence. It's being compromised. I don't say with all 100% certainty it's going.
And we're not replacing it.
On the west boundary where there is no lane, there would be a 6 foot high uniform screen
Okay,
fence.
there is no lane. Further to the south.
Further to the north where there's a rear lane, there would not be a fence on the west side of the lane, but on the east side, it would be garage and uniform fencing.
And I think there's about 3 existing properties on Park Place East in the southwest corner then that would have a 6 foot high newly constructed fence behind the Catalans property.
I believe you're correct, Counselor.
That's good. That's clear then. Thank you.
Okay.
No further questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so next in support of the application is Pascal Tupin-Sellinger with us in person today. You have up to 5 minutes for your presentation.
Hi, Pascal Tupin-Sellinger, president of Castor Group. So I just want to speak in support of the application as a builder and a developer myself. I have to applaud Canada Lands Corporation for doing a wonderful project, especially in respect to the west property line, in respect to the neighboring homes on Park Place, despite even having the city dedication, the hydro corridor, the backplane, they're still going ahead with low density lots along that. And as a builder, I'll just speak to the height that's been proposed, 45 feet. The type of lots that are being shown on the plan wouldn't actually allow you to build up that high in the building code. So most of those buildings would be part 9 of part of the building code, which restricts you to 3 stories and 6,500 square feet of footprint. So as a builder, if I were to buy one of those lots, I wouldn't even be able to build up to 45 feet because I wouldn't be able to put an elevator in. I wouldn't be able to build in excess of 35 feet nonetheless. So that's just something for everyone at the table and in the audience to consider, that when it comes to actual built form, if this plan gets approved, nothing over exceeding 35 feet could actually get built there. Thanks, that's all.
Thank you.
Thanks, Pascal.
We have no one else registered in support of the application. Is there anyone in the gallery that wishes to speak in support of this application? All right, we'll move on to opposition. So first is Brian Oberton. Speak. Please. You have up to 5 minutes for your presentation.
I could just put this in now and I could just show.
Maybe you can another word right there. Zoom. In the middle.
Go there.
Yeah.
Click on that.
And then move your cursor. Yeah, so see the green button?
Yeah, right there,
Click
share.
Share,
Okay.
and then share again once you've selected which presentation you'd like to.
Okay.
You don't have to, but if you wish to add
This one right here.
Okay.
Oh wait.
And just hit
Just
share.
share. Okay. Hello, my name is Brian Overton. We live at 158 Park Place East, which is directly adjacent to the rezoning subdivision area. I'm here to talk about our and the community's rejection of the proposed zoning change to prove that CLC is violating Naui Odina's master build policies of seamlessly integrating into the existing neighborhood as originally planned to. The original master plan for the Naui Odina shows 12 lots, as you can see right there. 12 lots along the entire length of the train tracks from Taylor to along the most western edge of the new development, which would be approximately 75 feet wide each. This was shown to the open public in 2023. This matches the lot sizes of Park Place East homes, the streets that it backs into. You can see exhibit 1 there. How do I move this? Okay, sorry, I just got to figure out. So based on that, we were accepting at that time, which, 2023, as it met the policies of the master plan, it respected and seamlessly integrated from transition from existing Park Place East housing to the new development. We gave our approval at that time. Presently, CLC wants to put 27 lots as 25-foot wide lots, some of them a little bit wider, with duplexes, townhouses, and you can see an exhibit 2 there. Based on this, we could have up to 3 individual lots with 3 individual townhomes, duplexes behind each of our existing homes at Park Place East. That means that there could be up to 6 new homes to every 1 home they back onto. This is unacceptable and totally doesn't integrate with the immediate neighborhood as it was originally supposed to. This goes against Odina's own policy directions of the master plan. See lower density residential section 5.4, page 34, 35, which says the aim of the designation is to ensure compatibility with land uses of established neighborhood areas adjacent to the site. And section 542, the new development is to be appropriate in the context of adjacent and surrounding community. You can see in the exhibit 3, which is below on the next page. So the Noe Odina secondary plan bylaw dated January 23rd, section 3.5, page 13 says that the lower density residential designation is intended to promote a mix of well-designed lower density housing types in locations along the western edge of the subject land. The aim of this designation is to ensure compatibility with land uses of adjacent established neighborhood areas, which would be Parkways East. There's also language in the master plan, they talk about using single family homes. Again, there's the example that I got there of lower density residential, and it just shows there the aim of this designation again is to ensure compatibility with the land uses adjacent to the neighborhood areas. It's totally not appropriate and compatible. How can a 25-foot wide lots be an appropriate match to 75-foot lots that they back onto? The intent of the Noe Odina development master plan was to integrate smoothly, respectfully, and seamlessly, which has obviously been removed. There are also no visual barriers such as new trees to be planted or new fencing to be installed. However, according to David Marsh, there will be solid fencing along the western border, which now it sounds like there's not going to be a fence put along the western border, if I understood that correctly. We feel that CLC has given absolutely no consideration to the immediate neighborhood. And this isn't Toronto, it doesn't have to be developed like Toronto. I have absolutely no idea how anyone could even accept this and or vote this as being acceptable. I find this entire process strange and wonder how it even came about and how Mr. Galstone, the planning department, could even recommend something like this. This has left the entire neighborhood upset and will affect our property values negatively. Odina is violating their own master plans, which calls for a maximum height of 12 meters, 39 feet. They want to go 45 feet. There's the example in Exhibit 3. They're now asking for 45 feet. We were originally in support of this project with larger lots until CLC changed them to these small 25-foot wide lots. This is against their own design policies. It appears that they're just trying to maximize profit at the expense of the immediate neighborhood. We ask council to vote no on the R2 designation section of the rezoning application consisting of 27 detached residential lots with height restrictions 45 feet. We are asking for CLC to rezone to 50-foot wide R1 building lots, single family detached homes in the affected area. So we'd bring it down to 17 lots in area 3. So we'd go from 27 lots to 17 lots. The length of the new lots, the back lanes would also be removed, which would solve a lot of this problem with the garbage truck and this hammerhead you guys are talking about. So the back lanes would also be removed, and 20 feet of the
5 minutes.
is it 5 more?
All right.
I'm done?
Nope.
Okay. So the back lanes would also be removed. So that would give an additional 20 feet of width of the back lanes added to the depth of the new lots, of the new 17-foot lots, or 17 lots. This would make the 17 new lots 50 feet by 125 feet deep approximately. There would also be a 39-foot height restriction and a minimum of a 1,500 square foot home size. See Exhibit 4, next page, for the new acceptable building lot guidelines. Well, we feel this is a compromise on our part by going from 75 feet to 50 feet. While this is a compromise, while our compromise doesn't integrate as well as the original 2023 building lots in Exhibit 1, which we showed originally, that was presented to public, so we're willing to compromise as long as it's single family home designation R1. This would be more in agreement with Odina's master plan and their low density guidelines. And I've also got a little illustration here showing that how you could do 17 lots there versus this 27 that are there. The back lane has been removed, and that would solve a lot of the problem with this hammerhead. I'm sure it would save a lot of money in concrete and infrastructure that has to be located in there. I just got a little bit more information here of how it could be done. Additional information about changing the lots, the 27 lots to 17. I just show a reference here. The area would consist of, this area consists of 1.97 acres, which is 85,000 square feet. That could be equally divided into 17 building lots measuring 50 by 100 feet. You would also add the 25 feet of back lane in there to make it 125 feet deep. And then there's an error. There's an error in the wording that I found. This was, if you read this, where they talk about, so it's got error. I wrote down error in the language you see at the bottom of the table. So at the very bottom of the table, it says It should be noticed that the city-owned public reserve separates the subject property from adjacent residential properties on Park Place East. The public reserve has a width of approximately 29 feet. We're good so far. As such, any new building lot will be a minimum of approximately 31 feet. That it's said of the rear property lines of Park Place East properties. That would be my property. So that would mean they could technically do it 1 foot from the edge of the property. They could either put a building up. 1 foot from the most western edge of Ladina's property line. So technically, based on that, they could put a property up within 1 foot. I think this is just a language problem. So I think it should be worded that say from the eastern edge property line of the city-owned public reserve land. That's basically my conclusion. Yeah. So I think our it's reasonable, we are willing to move, we're willing to think that, I think 50 foot would be very desirable versus 25 feet, in my opinion. Getting rid of the back lane saves a lot of problems. There's a hammerhead and that kind of stuff. And you could compensate by having front drives on the street. So,
Thank you.
okay, thank you.
Any questions? Councilor Duncan?
Thanks for your presentation. Appreciate you doing the homework here to figure out what exactly A is, potentially being proposed and some solutions that maybe the developer would consider. I guess just looking over the distance from, your house, I would even say your pool area there, how far from the edge of your property to whatever structure being built would be appropriate for you to just say, I don't care what it is back there.
Okay, so the reserve is 29.5 feet. So I would say what would be appropriate from the new property line, which is going with Dina's property line, which is on the, I would say from their property line, I would say
the rear of your property.
well, the rear of my property.
The city easement is not going to change. It's going to be 30 feet.
Well, then I would say probably 60 feet.
So you, right now, what the public service and the developer have given us here for information is that we're going to have the existing 30, 20 feet for a lane, 2 feet for an approach.
Yeah.
24 feet for a garage. I can't remember what the yard setback from the house was going to be. So, I mean, the structure behind you is going to be at least 75 feet from your fence.
I'm okay with that. But what we're not okay with is the width of the lots. And now I've just found out that apparently I was under the understanding by Dave Marsh that they're going to put up a fence.
Right.
Install the fence. It doesn't sound like it now.
I can't remember walking back there. Do you have chain link on yours?
Yeah, there's a chain link fence there, and that's what separates.
On your property though?
No, my property is a solid wood fence, right? But now my understanding is they're going to remove that chain link fence and not put a fence up there. That's my understanding now. I was originally told it was by Dave Marsh, but.
Okay. And then we'll also get confirmation from, hopefully by the public service and the applicant. One of our delegations there said that it's not actually possible to build up to 45 for a single family because you're into the building code that requires elevators and whatnot. So would 35 feet give you more comfort of what would be behind you?
35 feet of width of a lot?
No, of height.
Height? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a reason.
Yeah. Okay. So really what you're looking for is wider lots, single family. Your proposal is to eliminate the back lane to make it all front loaded and
Yes. Yeah. Or go from 27 lots to 17.
Okay. In your review of their recent circulation to the neighborhood, did you notice what lot width was behind you?
What lot?
Because there's only 5 25-foot wide lots.
Yeah, I think I've got a 25-foot lot. It's hard to tell because the drawing is so small, but I've got a 25-foot lot and then the numbers are so small, I can't tell.
Yeah, fair enough.
But it should almost work out to be almost 3 lots if you average out the numbers. It all depends. I think if you average it out, it's actually 2.7 lots per one of our roads.
So you're okay with the distance?
The distance, the back set, we're okay with that.
Right, so what's the problem with the 3 lots?
The problem is the width of the lots.
Right, what's the problem with that?
The problem is that we could have 3 houses or duplexes, which make 6 properties altogether behind our property. That doesn't integrate at all with our neighborhood as what they're supposed to be doing. That's the problem we have.
But the distance is okay, so what does it matter how many lots are there?
Well, because I'm gonna look at my backyard, I'm gonna see 3 different townhouses behind me per lot. That's
And what's wrong with that?
terrible, but it doesn't integrate into the neighborhood.
You can't, the whole city can't be like the same, like,
Well, it's no different if I was to go into Pritchard Avenue, demolish 5 houses and put a 3,000 square foot home. Do you think that they would be happy about that? I don't think so. Same concept. You know,
okay.
I mean, I just don't think it integrates into the neighborhood. So they're not following their own guidelines.
Okay, well, everyone's got opinions. That's good. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Byron Salt to be heard in opposition to the application. He's joining us in person today.
I'm Byron Salt. I live at 142 Park Place East. I've got 2 paper things I've submitted, and I'm going to just walk through both of them. It should take under 10 minutes, but it will take over 5. First one I'm going to go to is the one that says glossary of submission. This is regarding mainly a petition that I did in 2020. I'm going to read what's basically there. In 2020, Canada Land set out preliminary plans showing medium density behind 140, 142, and 146 Park Place East. October of 2020, a petition was filled out with 100% support of Park Place East neighbors requesting to change land bordering 140, 142, and 146 Park Place East from medium density to low density residential. That petition is attached to this. Drawing shows affected area on page 4, that southwest corner. I've got it highlighted there. I know it's not great. October the 14th, 2020, Chris Elke of Canada Lands changed land bordering 140, 142, and 146 Park Place East to low density. In several emails and telephone conversation with Chris Elke, he acknowledged Canada Lands was wrong to have 3 homes singled out, being 140, 142, and 146 Park Place East, zoned differently, medium density, when all other homes on Park Place East were low density. He acknowledged we deserved equal treatment to the other Park Place East residents. In 2023, at Canada Land's open house at the Canadian Mennonite University, my wife and I spoke at length to a Canada Lands representative. That representative informed my wife and I that the intention of Canada Lands was to have single-family homes on similar lots. The representative referred to it as mirroring the properties directly adjacent to the western border of Canada Lands, inclusive of 140, 142, and 146 Park Place East. In June of 2025, we received notification of zoning and subdivision approval showing medium density has been placed directly behind 140, 142, and 146 Park Place East. I feel like this issue was properly resolved in 2020 when the decision was made to change from medium to low density behind these 3 properties. In October 2020, that was the right decision. I am confused as to how Canada Lands can completely disregard acknowledgement that having low density behind 140, 142, and 146 Park Place East was the right thing and treating all of the residents of Park Place East equally. In recent conversation with Canada Land's David Marsh, he stated profits were important to Canada Lands, as he did here again today. Under the current 53-page zoning and subdivision paperwork, Canada Lands can build a 45-foot high, medium-density building behind 140, 142, and 146 Park Place each east, which would be 44.5 feet away from our property line. I'll explain that later because that's controversy to what we're hearing. There's a 29.5 feet hydro allowance and the city owned and a 15-foot side yard requirement. I live at 142 Park Place East. The closest portion of my deck is 6 feet from my property line, meaning a 45-foot high structure would be 50.5 feet away from my deck. My home is 17 feet away from my property line with 12 windows facing towards the proposed 45-foot high building. This would make my home 61.5 feet away from the proposed 45-foot high medium density building. This building is also going to be very wide and completely block views, sunshine, and aesthetically look very bad. It will greatly affect our privacy. It will greatly devalue our home. The land bordering 140, 142, and 146 Park Place East must be changed back to low density. I feel like Canada Lands wants to maximize their profits and does not care if they significantly devalue 140, 142, and 146 Park Place East, along with the adjoining neighbors to that property. Again, there's 2 pages of petition. There's a page showing the what I'm specifically talking about here. This page number 6 is an email from Chris Elke acknowledging the change. This is just before it went to the Winnipeg Free Press and was on the media, showing that they did an alteration to the street, showing that they corrected the issue. Motion carried. Thank you. And then the final page is the page that Mr. Brian Overton was showing you. My second submission is more in regards to lot sizes and single family dwelling. In the 53-page submission for zoning and subdivision that Canada Lands is being sensitive to scale, massing, and height, implementing measures to minimize any negative impacts new development may have on neighboring properties. I've got a handout back there and it shows the 9 different times that they're actually referring to these things. Park Place East residents are designated R1L for large for the residents of Park Place East. We have homes on Park Place East directly bordering the west side of the subdivision, valued in excess of $1 million. There are a total of 13 homes on Park Place East directly bordering west side of proposed subdivisions. Through years of consultation with the Tuxedo community, there were repeated assurances from Canada Lands that they would not devalue our property, that they would transition in a compatible way. Canada Lands was in the media in 2020 announcing that they listened to the people's concerns and that they adjusted their plan accordingly. They changed the property bordering 140, 142, and 146 Park Place East from medium density to low density. Canada Lands started this process by listening and acknowledging concerns, and I believe to try to make all parties understand their process and try to be fair to the residents of Tuxedo, particularly residents directly affected by this development, like the residents of Park Place East. Turn to 2025 when plans were completely redrawn for profit of Canada Lands. Medium density reinstalled behind 140, 142, 146 Park Place East. This issue was already dealt with in 2020. Where we have 13 homes, they intend to put in 27 lots bordering Park Place East residents, zoned R2, and a medium density building behind 140, 142, 146 Park Place East. This will be single family or duplex on 27 lots. As per 3524 of the 53-page document, secondary suites may be added to these homes. This could mean an excess of 100 families bordering 13 homes on Park Place East. This is in no way being sensitive to scale, massing, or height. This is in no way minimizing any negative impact the new development will have on neighboring properties. Canada Lands needs to understand that evaluating adjacent properties, residents of Park Place East, so that they can make a larger profit is wrong. And I believe it is clear that is what is happening. Take note, the 2023 open house.
Can you just wind it up?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I'll do it really quickly. Okay.
Extension design for you, 2 minutes.
Am I okay? All right, everyone else gets to go. Okay. In the 2023 drawing, there's 10 6 to 8 story homes going beyond what we're talking about primarily today. That is a very high density development. Park Place East residents deserve to have a transition that's compatible with our neighborhood. We deserve not to have our property values devalued. I'm just going to sum up and say, I grew up on Pritchard Avenue. I became a plumber. My wife and I worked extremely hard to be able to afford a home in Tuxedo where we live. Please do not allow Canada Lands to devalue our home, take away our privacy, take away our morning sun. My wife and I have worked very hard to be here.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, thanks for coming on and giving the presentation today. I hear where you're coming from. The distances away from the existing structures, you are assessing that differently than what they told us. They said that it would be, just get my numbers right here.
They said
125 feet from residential, and then counting the 30-foot easements, it's
125 feet from our property line date is what the number that they were saying.
Yeah.
I read through the 53-page document, and it's 29.5 feet and a 15-foot side yard. There is no other requirement there in that document, and I would like to clarify that with planning and property, because that is the number that was said, and I read through that thing 3 or 4 times. I could not find anything that differs from that.
So if it's not, sorry, your last number that you gave us was 65 feet, I want to say. You said
the number I gave you was, well, I gave you 3 numbers. One was from my property line, one was from my deck, and one was from my home. The property line number I gave you, I think, was around 44.5 feet. 44.5 feet, yes. Okay. That's the 29.5 and the 15-foot backset for a side yard on a medium density building.
So if it is in fact 125 feet plus the 30 feet for the easement behind you that is not going to change, because that's City of Winnipeg property, Canada Lands has stated they don't have any interest in disturbing that nor acquiring it. Would that make a difference if it was 155 feet from your property?
No, it wouldn't, because then I would be projecting that the property, now it's commercially used. I'm thinking that's where they're going to put their parking lot. So now we're going to be looking over a parking lot, then onto a building, and that would not be acceptable neither.
Okay, we can get clarification on that too. I have never heard a parking lot being.
Or they're going to park they're going to put, what was that number they said? Somewhere between 35 and 4,000 units in total. We're going to represent a fairly big chunk of that. Where are all these cars going to park? Are they going to bring underground parkades? Or are they going to, you know what I mean? Like it's. Also, I need to say this. The houses, which is what I was thinking all along, and the builder came out and said they will be about 35 feet tall. By all my calculations, I've been in the construction industry my whole life. A 25-foot lot, or 30-foot lot, or 33-foot lot, whatever the lot size is, will not accommodate anything taller than that. And that will include the roof pitch line, which that means halfway up the roof pitch line is where the measurement goes to, not to just at the top story, and not to the top of the roof neither, right? So they're gonna get 35-foot maximum homes. We're gonna get 45-foot build, because on a commercial build, they're gonna maximize to 4 stories or whatever they can get in there. And they're gonna be within, I guarantee you, or I guess I can't guarantee you because nobody knows for sure, but it would make sense that they're gonna be 43 or 44 feet, maybe even 45. So at that point, we're not being treated fairly. Again, now we have a 10-foot differential. My neighbor has 270 feet of frontage. I have a little over 100 backing the land, and the other neighbor, it's about half of her lot, which would be about 35 feet. So you're talking about 400 feet. If they have a back set off of the railway tracks, I believe they were throwing a number around about 100 feet. They have a back set, and then they have to be on the front. They have to be 15 feet back, 400 feet. That means that building could be 285 feet long, give or take a penny.
Yeah, I mean, it could be. I haven't seen that yet, but especially for not multifamily, I'm just trying to get a measurement here of.
I'm just trying to live within the parameters of what they're proposing, right? And I know that Canada Lands is painting a pretty picture, and I'm not trying to be a doom and gloom guy, but what they're proposing, what the 53-page rezoning document is, it's allowing for this. And if you move it way back, it's good. There's no. Then what are they going to do with that land? They're not going to make a park. They're going to need parking for vehicles. They're going to need. That's what makes sense. A lot of this approach is very common sense.
Another question. I just want to take note of that.
Can I make one more comment too? I read it 6, 8, 10 times. They're 45-degree angular plane. It states in there that it's off of Park Place East residence property line, which by the effect of that, they say it's an angular plane, but by the time you take the 29.5 feet in and the setbacks, it becomes a moot point.
Yeah. No, yeah. I do have to push back a little bit about this devaluing of property. I mean, there was a barracks there when you built. It looks like you built some. If you were the original owner, early 2000s.
Not the original.
Okay. So, what state was the barracks at when you bought?
It was just in the start of demolition.
Okay. So I'm not sure exactly what the height was of the building that's, several hundred feet away from the backyard, but it looked like they used that backlands for whatever they wanted essentially back there.
Well, not that it matters, but I believe behind us was mostly green space for several hundred feet, if I'm correct.
Yeah, I see that. I also see that they parked vehicles or some large vehicles parked back there. And then further up to the north, I mean, that was full out storage facility, literally what you're describing as parking lots, large army barrack buildings. I recall what it used to look like. So to push back on the devaluing, I mean, aside from it remaining a green space, I would think that there would be a value added by having housing there. I can't find, and I've asked property and development, I chair property and development now, I've asked them to find me an infill that devalued the surrounding properties, and they can't. Year over year.
I'm talking specifically about it's more than 3 property, but I'm always referencing those 3 property because those are the 3 property that are absolutely behind this medium density. Those are the 3 property that 44.5 feet away from their property line, there could be a 45-foot tall building that could span for a few hundred feet.
Yeah, and your concerns there, I do want to seek clarification on that to get a hard number of what the depth is from the your rear property line to the potential structure and what height that potential structure would potentially rise to. So those are good points that we do need to seek clarification. And as it's information that was introduced since the applicant presented, that they will have an opportunity to answer that question for you. So
Right. I know that the three neighbors and as far as that goes, the bulk of Park Place East doesn't want a medium density 45 foot.
So that was my potentially my last question here for you, is that we had the last delegation come forward and say essentially 50-foot lots. We buy into that all along the stretch. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, my thoughts are different. That's why I didn't specify any lot sizes.
So I'll just turn to the public service just for clarity on this.
Do you want to know what my thoughts are or no?
Yeah, sure. If you like, sure. I'm not asking you to tell me what a number is, but if you'd like to, go ahead.
My thoughts were that they could maybe be somewhat smaller, representing what you're seeing in Bridgewater, what you're seeing in new areas. And according to Mr. Marsh, that would be 37.5-foot lots.
37.5 behind you.
But I am speaking personally when
Sure.
I say that. Much of what I talk about here is, we have a petition that's in my first submission that's signed and supported by 100% of the community. When I say that, I'm talking only personally. I'm not representing anyone but myself. But myself alone, I feel like a 37.5-foot lot is a doable lot.
Okay, so I'm just gonna ask the public service here just for clarification, because I mess this number up every once in a while. If I were to buy a lot behind any of these people on Park Place and construct a single family home, how large in scale can I build up to? With height, square footage, you name it.
On Park Place or?
No, on one of these proposed lots behind. How high could I build a house? How big could I build a house if it was a single family L, let's say?
If the zoning of this land was single family under the zoning bylaw, so it's just R1L. The maximum height permitted is 35 feet to either the top of the flat roof or to the midpoint of a peaked roof.
Typically, how much more footage would be on a peaked roof above that 35 feet?
I mean, it depends on the pitch. Typically, it's another, 3, 4, 5 feet.
Okay. So in the neighborhood of 40 feet?
Once you're getting to the top, typically it varies from roof style. I'm not totally familiar with what it actually tops out.
Would all setbacks from the western property line of CLC still be in place? Like we heard earlier, 155 feet. If we put single family homes back there, sorry, RL1, right? That's that reflects. If we put that, would there still have to be a setback? Or would they now be able to build 20 feet from the property line or 25, whatever the.
Under R1L, they would, the principal building would be allowed to be 25 feet from the property line. And
So-
there's that reserve.
Okay, so just so we're clear here. One side is saying, we're looking at this, up to 45 feet, potentially, we'll get clarity on this, 155 feet away from the property lines. If this were to change and go to single family large, we're talking about, and you know the area, I know the area, let's go down the streets in Tuxedo and see what they're building. We're talking close to 40 feet, 25 feet from your property, 25 feet from the public right away. Okay.
Yep. That would be the preference.
That would be the preference.
Our three neighbors want to be treated equally with the rest of the neighborhood. We want, there's a security in a cohesiveness of these properties. The heights, are going to be lower, potentially 10 feet. It's already been said by the fellow that was speaking for the subdivision. I need to add one more thing, and I'm sorry, I don't want to be taking too much, but I planted a few trees in the back on the city-owned property years ago, and I got a nasty letter from the city because there's a high-pressure gas line running through that property. And they were very disappointed that I didn't ask permission. So I feel like if you're looking at a, what at the end of the street, that turnaround thing, and you're going to start using the city of Winnipeg's property, and you're concerned about cost of moving hydro lines or whatever, that this gas line, if what I'm telling you is accurate, if what I received from I believe I got it from Manitoba Hydro, actually. I don't think the city sent it to me. This is probably a half a dozen years ago now. But it might be worth a look.
No other questions? No further questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much for giving me a chance to speak. Thanks.
Next in opposition is Jocelyn Cordero, who's joining us via Zoom. Jocelyn, we've asked you to start your video. Perfect. And we'll just get you to unmute yourself, and then you'll have up to 5 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Councillors Duncan, Dobson, and Lukes. My name is Jocelyn Cordero. I'm a resident of Park Place East, specifically 162 Park Place East, which backs onto the proposed new development. I just want to say that we, particularly our family, we support the redevelopment of the Nawi Odina property, and we think it's a historic opportunity to bring new energy and new housing to the city, and we think that's awesome. We think this is great. What we are opposed to, or what we're objecting to today, is not the development as a whole. It is specifically the sudden and seemingly unexplained change to what we were under the impression that we were promised to be developed immediately adjacent to our neighborhood. Like many of the residents on Park Place East, we saw the plans in 2022 and 2023, and it looked to us to be development of properties that were a lot like ours, single family homes, and that the densities would increase beyond those properties that were immediately next to ours. As you're aware, our neighbors at 140, 142, and 146 Park Place East went through a formal petition process in 2020 and were granted low density behind their homes. This decision, as far as we are aware, was held for years until now. And it's hard really not to feel like that promise has sort of quietly been reversed. It's unsettling, to say the least. At no point were we as a community, prior to the sign that went up on Taylor, informed that any of this would change. Now with the current plan, it designates the land behind our property as medium density with duplexes. And that's, a bit concerning in the sense of it's not what we were told. This kind of happened for us with no notice and no real opportunity for the community to respond other than this public hearing. Changing the plan without telling the residents that it's happening, again, prior to a public hearing, it really undermines the trust that makes public engagement meaningful. I guess, we greatly appreciate when the city council takes really seriously the breakdowns in trust that happen. Councillor Dobson has shown time and again that he cares that the infill is, working with established neighborhoods and not against them. We believe that this very small adjustment of the stretch, the piece of land behind Park Place East, that would make sure that it preserves the balance of our neighborhood and allows for seamless integration into the new development. We're not asking to stop the development. We're simply asking that you as council use your authority to approve this application in part. So that we're specifically asking that the portion of the plan directly behind Park Place East be held back or revised to reflect the established, the low density commitment that was made to our neighborhood, our community, and provide a more respectful transition to our already established neighborhood. We're excited for this community. We just want to know that the development will be a good neighbor to us as well. That's sort of the end of my pre-planned presentation. I did listen to a lot that was going on with regard to different things that were mentioned. One of them I wanted to comment on specifically has to do with the hydro breezeway or the hydro allocation that is behind our homes. A couple of things. The diagrams that are shown with regard to development on the part of Canada Lands show trees at the edge of that. That's absolutely not a possibility unless hydro poles are moved, because there are above ground hydro lines at that point. So, you know, that really isn't an option to plant trees in any way that would sort of be a buffer to higher density housing than what we're looking at on our street. Sorry?
How much more time would you need here? We're just looking to give you an extension.
Yeah, just probably a couple minutes, not really a lot more.
Extension?
Aye. Thank you. One of the things that also that I know that our family is concerned about specifically is with the city property that's there, and then the lane, and then the yards. That if you're looking at multiple families for those yards, which, you know, with the smaller lots are not going to be particularly large yards, then will there be overflow across the lane onto the city property that is there with regard to people using that as their yard space? And that, you know, for us is a concern because of the fact that the property doesn't belong to those people. And so will it be used respectfully? Will it be, you know, used as sort of community, or will it be a place to collect things? And I think that, you know, if the lane were removed from there, that space would be an amazing space to be used as an active transportation corridor, you know, to allow movement from the houses on either side to be used for walking, for biking, for community recreation, for access to Taylor Avenue. It would be wonderful, and it would alleviate that feeling of that space being, you know, on the other side of the lane. And so space we can use, but not really space that's ours. And so we don't have to sort of worry about how the appearance of it or what it collects or how it's used. I also wanted to comment that I know that a lot of the residents on our street are very emotional about this. And I think that, you know, those emotions really stem from the feeling that our trust has been broken. You know, that we have put a lot of trust into Canada Lands that they will in fact develop in the way that has been presented to us. And this feeling of increasing the density of housing behind us to what, you know, for us on very large lots being single family homes, it feels like a huge increase from where we are to the other side of a back lane. And that, you know, it does get people emotional, I think. It affects our privacy and other things beyond that. Okay, thank you very much for your time. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration. I really appreciate the chance to present, and yeah, thank you.
Any questions? Seeing no questions, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and lastly, registered in opposition is Michael Hutzall. Is Michael with us in the gallery today? Perfect. Okay.
Hello, I'm Mike Hutzel. My wife Giselle and I constructed 140 Park Place East in 2004. So we've been there for 21 years. As Brian mentioned, I have about 270 feet of property line adjacent to the Canada Lands development. We are in favor of the Canada Lands development. My wife was the only person, I think, that spoke out on television when it was announced that didn't criticize it. She supported it and I support it. But we, like the others, feel that the change that we saw at the beginning of June, and I didn't even get one, by the way, I had to go, Brian mentioned that to me, my next door neighbor, that is much different than what we saw in 2023 and prior to that at the open house. So the change in density is something that sort of speaks to transition. So there was no ongoing consultation with our property owners that I believe. So that's the major portion of what I wanted to talk about. That I think the others that we have covered that quite enough. Transition. Tuxedo is large lot sizes with front drives, garages, and no back lanes, especially south of Taylor Avenue, west of Keniston. There's no back lanes. So now we're going to be put up against a back lane next to a public reserve with no fence, according to these people right now. It's going to become a parking lot because you've got high density going in, and where are all the cars going to go? And where are all the boats and everything else? It's going to become a parking lot, just like if you go to Renfrew and so on in River Heights and you see along the train tracks there, that whole area is a parking lot. I know, my daughter lives there, and that's where she parks instead of on her lot. So that is a concern. I have a chain link fence, the only one along the boundary, because I did it for our dogs 15 years ago. So I see what's going back and forth. And when I appeared in this very room, when the development went in for the shopping center behind me, and I said, guys, what are you going to do about people trying to access that thing? And they said, well, we're going to put a fence up. Well, the fence now has a hole in it. People go transiting that area behind our house at all times of day. I don't mind it, but it's a public safety concern. In the development proposal, the CN berm is to be built and a wall is to be put up on it. There's 30 feet between my property line, which is just a point, and the Canada Lands property line there where there's nothing. So some willows, but people are going to go through there. So the public safety concern is that you're going to have access and people are going to be crossing the tracks. I hear the train horns going all the time now. The short beeps because there's somebody on the tracks. So, and we have a concern about crime. I mean, I'm going to have to put up a privacy fence on my backyard now. It's 270 feet long. That's $25,000 to $30,000 if I get Wallace or somebody to construct it to protect my property so that nobody can look in and shop as they go by, which has occurred. So I think that the back lane issue is, Brian has spoken to it. I think the issue of having no back lane along that and moving and having a higher density or a higher back of the backyards would ensue with front drives and a slightly lower density of housing along that drive that they're putting in. They're going to get the same value from their properties, and it's going to cost a lot less to put in with no back lane back there. At the very least, there has to be a subdivision privacy fence. I'm sorry. You cannot have the kind of access that development would have with a back lane there. Can I have a couple more minutes? That's the last point I want to make is that I'm sorry, I sound maybe a little bit emotional here, but I see the people going back and forth all the time. If you have high density housing along further north from our property with no fence and a back lane right up against that, then that public reserve is just gonna become used for whatever. And if you don't put the berm in next, at the end of my property to the Canada Lands property and a wall up there, then people are gonna be continually going through there all the time. And that is public safety, it is crime, it is vandalism. That's my concern. And so I think that that's the gist of my presentation here is that I think that has maybe gone by in terms of consideration because nobody lives there and they don't see exactly what's going on. So that's what I have to say.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Questions?
Thanks a lot for the presentation here. When I was down in the public access way, your dogs welcomed me with barking, so.
Yeah, by the way, I'm the guy that mows the grass.
Oh, you do it, okay.
Yeah,
You do a good
I'm the
job
guy.
of it, yeah.
I'm the guy with the riding mower that takes care of that property.
Yeah.
I have for 16 or 17 years since I got the damn thing.
Yeah.
My wife won't let me use it on our yard, so the only place I can use it is on the city allowance. I apologize,
No,
but
it was very well maintained. I had questioned who was maintaining it, so thanks for
It's me.
clarifying that, yeah. Your commentary around the berm, I'm not following you. So you are saying that a berm should be built east-west or north-south?
east-west. Okay, so when we bought the property, I thought, gee, they're gonna dig the underpass. Where are they gonna put the dirt? It's gotta go, they're gonna continue the CN berm. No, they bought property and hauled it away 10 miles. So, okay. And then they relocated the tracks and I've seen all of that.
Yeah.
And my property line comes to a point with my neighbor. So I really don't have any property line theoretically on the CN tracks. But there is no berm extension from there. In fact, I hauled in 400 yards of topsoil into my backyard and built something up there to sort of protect my yard a little bit. I curved it around. But there is if the Canada Lands builds their berm as they're required to do, and if they have to put a 6-foot high concrete wall up there or whatever that is, then it ends at their property and there's a gap of about 30 feet. Now that's city property, and I'm not sure the city wants to spend the money to do it. I don't, but because it's not my property, but okay, so there's a public safety hazard there because that provides a way for people to just go right through there.
Yeah, and scoot across.
Scoot across the track. So I think that from that point of view, that we have to block that somehow. And I don't know, it's just common sense. And with the density of that, I think that with a property fence along the back line, it's not that I want to create a completely different development for Canada Land separate from ours. I just think that if you don't have that fence there, a subdivision fence, it's just gonna provide constant and more access to there and through there, which I not necessarily opposed to that. It's just that you've completely done away with the public safety concern. Like little kids wandering through there and whatever.
I don't disagree with you. I think that like Canada Land's intention is to make their communities pedestrian friendly and cycle friendly and safe streets and whatnot, and having a nice greenway to walk through to get to. I'm trying to think at the rear Seasons. There's a fence there though, right?
Yeah, there is, but there's a hole cut in it.
Oh,
apparently, I've never gone and found out. But my daughter tells me, other neighbors tell me, yeah, there's somebody who's cut a hole in the fence there so they can get through there with their bicycles and they can walk in and go to work there and so on.
Another problem for another day.
Yeah, so that's why you can get through. That's why we have a lot of people going through that property and crossing the tracks.
So you behind your property there, you've heard what's proposed.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on?
If it's far enough away, I guess, my
like a 3.5 story.
Yeah, my property, see, from my house, I have no east facing windows except in my kitchen. We've got our house angled.
Yeah.
So we wouldn't see the property on the inside of our house. We'd see it from our deck in our backyard. We've put plenty of trees there. We'd have to put some more.
Yes.
But the further back it is, if they intend to build a stacked house or something, like they said, without putting an apart, like I look at if it became a 6-story apartment block, which they said they wouldn't do. Where are they going to park all the cars, and what are they going to? What's that development going to become? Is it going to become?
You're concerned about the space between the public easement and the rear of their building.
Yeah, and I think the amount of like these homes, I know people are going to lower density and all that, or probably higher density, but there's gonna be 2 cars behind every one of these homes if there's a couple in there. And so there's if Canada Lands doesn't require them to build garages, nobody's gonna build a garage. Somebody who's affording a $700,000 house is mortgaged to the hilt, and they got to put up $50,000 more for a garage if it's not if it's not built as part of the property. Nobody's going to do it. So you're creating, for my neighbors to the north of me, they're going to be looking out at just a bunch of parked cars behind a house and a back lane, and then the urban reserve, which I mean, so what's going to stop these guys from parking a utility trailer on the urban reserve or a boat or whatever, except getting a letter from the city saying move the car, but that's, I think that at the very least, there has to be a subdivision fence and the entire length of the property. Sure, they're proposing one behind my house right now. That's fine, but that I think that it should be extended right along, because what's going to happen is if you don't put it there, it just invites encroachment on that property, and I just think that that's not what our neighbors have in mind, or my neighbors have in mind, and I think that it's also it defeats some of the purpose of what Canada Lands is trying to achieve, which is a really compatible development. I get their difficulty. They don't have much land there. If they had the whole property, they could do more transition. And I'm sorry, it's a bad deal. I don't object to the indigenous people having the bigger share of that property, but by having a narrow sliver of land there, with Canada Lands trying to put as many homes on as they possibly can, you get some compromises here that I think are not fair to the existing people who have lived there for 20 or more years, and it could become an eyesore or a public safety concern.
So your neighbors had suggested in their delegation to anywhere from, I believe it was, I can't remember, 30 something, high
17,
30 feet,
35 feet, yeah.
Frontage to up to 50-foot frontage. Where would you land in that affiliate?
Well, Brian and I talked about this. Brian Salt and I talked about this, and the gentleman from Canada Lands, I'm sorry, I forget his name, was in conversation with Brian on several occasions and said that their number was they wanted what was it, $60 per frontage foot or 80? $6,000 per foot. And so they felt that nobody would pay $6,000 a foot for a 37-foot lot. That's why they wanted the 25-foot lots and so on. And Brian and I thought about it. We thought, gee, 7-foot lot, you'll get builders who will build in Tuxedo to do that, and they have a transition. And so I'm not opposed to having 30-foot, 37-foot lots. I'm not even necessarily opposed to if it's set back far enough, and if it's not a 6-story building behind my property. But I go over next door to Brian's place and I sit there in his dining room looking out, and if it would be a travesty to stick a building like that right behind his property. I'm serious. It would, you know, it's not fair. And so the surprise was 3 weeks ago we get this sign up, and suddenly we thought single family homes behind our places, and now we're in high density, and of course when you narrow the homes they got to go up. So my daughter just has 2 of them built next door to her. They're in the process of building them right now. On a 48-foot lot, they stuck 2 homes, and she's got a 60-foot lot in River Heights, and so she's got 2 of these homes, and I'm all in favor of infill in these areas and so on. But that's what we're going to get on these narrow lots, and so it's a complete change. And if you don't put the barrier, the fence, then it's a problem. And we think that it makes more sense to have front drives. And I get what the public service says about plowing, because I see it all the time on my front yard. But I think that unless there's a fence back there, that the back lane is going to pose a much bigger difficulty for everybody.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry for taking.
No, it's okay. I appreciate it.
Okay, so we have no one else registered to speak in opposition to this application. Is there anyone else in the gallery that wishes to speak in opposition? Okay, seeing no one. There's no one registered for information, so confirming that no one in the gallery is wishing to speak with respect to the application. Okay, great.
Mr. Chair, can I have a 2-minute break, please?
Yes, we're gonna take
Well, I said 5 minutes.
Oh, 5
minutes.
5-minute break, thanks. Thank you.
Okay, we're back. Semi committee hearing.
Okay, so I have a couple questions for the public service. I'm kind of concerned about the corridor effect that could happen with putting up a fence on the other side. You know, from the hydro corridor, in the sense that having a long, narrow corridor with no access points provides a great safety hazard. That's a concern. I don't know. How do you feel about that?
So with the rear lane, adjacent to the public reserve for the vast majority of it, that should open it up further. Having a second fence, on either side of it, presents quite a few challenges, especially on maintenance and who's responsible. It adds increased maintenance obligations to the city as well as access concerns. It is not a hydro corridor. It's a public reserve for a feeder main, a large diameter water pipe, or
Like a sewer water pipe
freshwater.
or freshwater?
It's one of the larger distribution pipes. So there is concerns about if we were to construct a berm or anything for a crash wall for CN, we would need to do a loading assessment, just because it would be increasing the dead load on the pipe. So
Okay, I'll get to that. So the pipe runs and then it goes under the rail
goes
lot?
north-south, and it turns at Taylor.
Who's it, Taylor? Let's look it up online.
But yeah, it goes under the rail line through the Tuxedo, Seasons Tuxedo parking lot, and then north through that.
What layer is it?
Water sewer, probably.
Second last one.
Second last one.
600 now.
Yeah, so it's a critical piece of infrastructure, similar to that one that failed in Calgary last summer.
Oh, big pipe.
Big pipe.
Okay, so let's go back to the fence. So there will be a back lane. So then we don't really want people parking on it. I completely hear
do
their
not.
point. I know that when we put in the pathway over the water pipe on the formerly Bishop Grandin Greenway Trail, that was a huge issue, right? There was a huge, it was just putting a pathway over it. So we don't want people parking on it. How do we prevent people from parking on it?
I just asked that question. So give me 2 minutes. You should respond.
Okay, so, and then I guess my other question is the berm and the rail line. Now, this is the FCM guideline, right?
Yep.
And their intent on, like, it's a lot, like I've seen ones built that didn't have a berm and are right by the rail line in the city. There's examples of it. I'm just wondering, with the berm, it's not gonna close off that access point then, I guess.
The berm wouldn't close off the access point. It would be a crash berm. This is the CN Rivers subdivision main line. So it's a fairly high traffic.
Yes, it's the main line, you're right.
So there will be anti-trespassing fence built by the developer along the length of the property, gave you title for maintenance. It is not put on the city property because it's city property, the public reserve. If that's something you would like, we can certainly look at adding that condition for the trespassing fence to be extended the whole length.
So we could close it off in theory then? We could close off the right of way with a fence?
The public reserve.
The public reserve,
At the north,
South.
south
South
boundary.
limit.
at the south.
I would need to, again, confirm that, but it doesn't seem like a large ask.
So we would close it off at the south end, sure, okay. And if there's no other fence on the east side, then it's not like we're creating this corridor that's fenced off, okay. Okay, okay, those are my questions for the public service.
Councillor Duncan, go ahead.
Okay. So it sounds like we've been back and forth. People have different interpretations of setback, especially in the, sorry, I don't have the map in front of me here, but the southwest corner. Can somebody from the public service give us clarification of what would be the setback in the southwest corner for the RMFM section, which affects approximately 3 homeowners before there's a public lane and then the start of the single unit lots.
Yeah, 34.5 feet is the setback when including that utility corridor public reserve.
Including it.
Including it, yeah. The building setback is 15 feet.
Okay.
At that southwest.
So where are we getting this 155 feet number?
That's where the height is limited to 45 feet. Rather, in that southwest corner, it's limited to 45 feet within.
I don't get the 155.
Yeah, I don't get it either.
Okay.
What is it? Is there a measurement somewhere? Tell us where it is.
Yeah, there is the height map that they're proposing limits the height in that southwest corner with it to a depth of 125 feet approximately.
The building depth?
The measurement, like
Of what?
the depth of land from the property line, like all within 125 feet of that west property line in that southwest corner, the height is limited to 45 feet.
Oh, okay.
Because it's in a medium density area where otherwise, it could be 75 feet or 100 feet. But within that 125 feet on the west side, it's limited to 45 feet. Then you add that utility reserve and it's 155.
So they can build within that 155 feet. It just has to be 45 feet or under.
That's correct. Yeah.
So how close to the property line are they allowed to build 100 or up to 45 feet?
15 feet.
15 feet. So there'll be 30 feet of the hydro or the, whatever it is, the water line, and then 15 feet, and then the building can be built.
Yes.
So that's 45 feet
Yeah.
from the property line.
That's the minimum. Yeah. And
Okay,
that's
okay. Okay.
Any other questions?
Yeah.
One question, the roundabout, it was mentioned, they were talking about the roundabout, that it wasn't necessary.
Oh, the property acquisition.
Yeah.
When we look at their traffic impact study, they certainly don't need the slip lane, like from what they're generating. Our concern is looking at Taylor and looking at the Route 90, the Keniston expansion, and the future scenario, if down the road, additional storage is needed or additional capacity down Taylor, having that additional lane would allow for us to expand at that time. It seems like if we don't open it now, there might not be another future opportunity in order to get that additional sliver. That, you know, it accounts for about 3 meters just on a little curve. It's not a huge amount of land.
Okay, I have one other question on that roundabout. It doesn't cover the area north of Taylor. That would be part of it though too, right?
So the solution or the idea would be to encroach upon the land to the north. Treaty 1 is open to having some of the roundabout located on their land. And we will look at having an agreement of some sort in the future when that transpires.
Okay, before you go in for, I have one other question, the Hammerhead. Would it be possible you have, going eastbound, eastbound, you have a back lane on the left. Do they have to be in line? Can you not move one 30 feet, then you wouldn't require a hammerhead?
So the major concern is the crossing of the two lines of traffic. The two designer lines kind of conflict directly when you have an offset intersection like this. So there's concerns about the right-hand turn in. The southbound left, right, northbound left crossing at a weird angle. So there it will be a larger amount of conflict. We have written the condition that if the hydro poles need moved or anything else, that will nullify that condition, and we will just proceed and accept the increased risk. But it's certainly not a desirable outcome.
Good answer. Thank you. Councillor Duncan.
Yeah, so we have residents here saying that in 2000 and as soon as, or as recently as 2023, they were told that the context of the lots to the east of them would be essentially matching what the existing residential properties are. What's your comments?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with what the consultation process was at that time, or the master plan. But as this application has come in, we've reviewed it against the secondary plan that was approved in 2023, which does have policy that directs new residential development abutting existing residential development, i.e. to the west. Heights and massing are designed to be compatible or designed to ensure compatibility with the existing development. It doesn't specifically stipulate what lot widths shall be or should be or what building heights are. So the restrictions that are on that are recommended for that west side of the property line do, in the public services view, address that compatibility. Compatibility is being compatible. It's not exact matching by definition, but that's what the secondary plan does speak to regarding the west properties.
Yeah, I mean, that would be, I mean, I'm not going to assume that nobody there is a developer on that street, but unless you were and you heard compatible with my property, I would assume that it's going to look like my property and not split my property into 3 at the rear. I'll ask that of the applicant when they get their chance to rebut.
Any further questions from the public service? Okay, moving on.
So the applicant has the opportunity to speak in rebuttal to comments made. However, no new information is permitted. So Tom and David, you have up to 5 minutes for your rebuttal.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll start with the issue of compatibility and also consistency with the planning process. So
And maybe if you could, just like the whole conversation that took part with the neighborhood, because I thought you guys did a great job at community consultation.
Yeah.
But apparently it wasn't clear enough.
no,
So-
and we know, and Council, this issue is something we've been cognizant of since the early days, and the first gentleman, right, Mr. Overton, their first concepts did show medium density along that western boundary. And then based on comments and feedback from the community, we dialed it back to lower density. I was one of the lead authors of the master plan, so I can speak to it directly. These are the boards that we showed at the secondary plan open houses, and there were, the basis of both the master plan and then the subsequent secondary plan. And the language you can see, I can zoom in, and this is the language that's, never mind. You know what? I won't matter. But in the land use focus there, and in the master plan and secondary plan, the permitted uses within the lower density residential designation include single detached and semi-detached dwellings, townhouse, stacked town dwellings, small plex type multi-unit residential uses, and secondary suites. So it's enshrined in the secondary plan. It was presented to the public in multiple occasions. So, it's intended, and there were some examples there of the type of units and uses within that lower density. So we're very upfront. I think there was also a reference to a conceptual build out scenario. This one that's in the master plan showing a series of lots here. It doesn't show lotting, and actually the designer who's here, part of the team, those are actually shown as duplex lots all across. Our yield analysis was based on duplex lots. So actually what we're doing here is single unit dwellings. That's what we adjusted to. And it's interesting to note that there are R1L zoning designation that abuts us. The minimum lot width in that zone is 25 feet. So in theory, had we chose to rezone that segment to R1L to match the zoning, CLC could have actually done 25-foot lots across the whole band, but we didn't want to do that. We want to create some variety in the lots, and actually going to 50-foot or wider lots. I think with the new, maybe Robert could corroborate this or correct me, but if you actually went to those, you'd probably do triplexes on most of those lots under the new zoning, so you get even actually more density and an unintended consequence. So I think what we've done is probably perhaps more in line with what some of the neighbor interests are. We're not matching the lot fabric, can see to that. And if we did, I think it could potentially actually open up to more density in that area actually. So yeah, and then I think in the southwest corner, as David pointed out, sorry, let me find. It's a challenging corner. We've got the rail and the rail setback that we've got to accommodate, and we're trying to create at least functional, developable lots within that. And we couldn't split zone area to the southernmost lot. We had looked at different scenarios where we could actually maybe look at splitting this off area 3, but we've got access challenges that really restricted it. So what we did instead to deal with those is put in very specific height restrictions within that segment, the westernmost segment. So beyond the height maximums within that area, we've also got the 45-degree angular plane. We use the same methodology for the angular plane that the city's adopted for the malls and corridors. So it's a familiar tool and not trying to overly make the regulation of it overly complex. And as David suggested, if public service and members of the committee were in favor, CLC is open to further restrictions to dictate the type of form that actually exists within that segment, so that a plex type unit wouldn't be permitted. We'd emulate exactly what the secondary plan says in terms of singles, duplexes,
towns, stag towns restricted to that. And then what that would endeavor is you'd end up with this sort of kind of scenario. Yes, you probably have a private lane to service those types of units, but all those in favor? But it would provide further control and assurance on the farm there, so you're not getting I mean, you're not gonna get a big building anyway with the height restriction but it would just add another layer of additional protection.
Just specifically on the townhouse issues, there's questions about parking and so forth. Just go up to this image here. Bottom right-hand corner, this is 3.5-story stacked townhomes in Stanley Green. These have garages in the back, so there's a private lane in the back. That's something similar will be emulating here. The design guidelines actually state that for townhouse, stacked townhouse, and other multifamily farms, they must have their own enclosed garage space or underground parking. So what realistically you're more than likely going to see here, going back to this cross section, is that there's actually going to be a garage behind that, attached garage behind that townhouse unit with a private lane. That is more than likely what will happen. Can we dictate that exactly? Yeah, we can throw in sales agreements, but that is what we're looked at. We looked at a variety of forms and how to do that southwest corner. One, right where the height limit is between 45 feet and 100 feet, is you actually have stacked townhouse to the west with a lane and garage behind it, similar to the R2 lots. And then they would face forward towards like a pedestrian muse type of concept, and then multifamily on the other side of that muse, or you could have another private approach there. There's a couple different ways to go about it. Just a couple, touch on a couple other points that were raised. The aspect of parking, all the 27 lots will have garages. It's actually required under our design guidelines. We spec that in our builder packages. We actually make builders come forward with the home design, the garage, and the landscape. And then we actually say they have to, one of the things we can do, have done in other projects, we actually spec, there must be a landscaping allowance to make sure that that home builder builds the landscaping or the end user builds the landscaping according to what the plan is. The same thing for the townhouse, required to have attached garages or underground, and multifamily, the majority of all parking has to be underground. That's in our design guidelines, and that's what it speaks to. The fence issue, there is a fence that we put on the south side along as that's for trespassing, in addition to whatever's required of the FCM, proximity to rail. On the west boundary, where the stacked townhomes would be, there is going to be a fence along that west boundary. It's when we get north of that where there is the public lane. We had originally talked about a fence. The Public Service gave a number of reasons why that was not preferable. We can understand why. If there's some other means of ensuring that vehicles do not go in there, whether it's bollards or landscape features, we're happy to work with the city on that. The one thing I would say though is utility conflicts. We can't put a fence underneath the hydro line. We can't put a fence on top of a natural gas line or water line. The other aspect too is the fence, they cut through along the public utility corridor south of the train tracks. One thing to be cautioned, there is some sort of structure in there. I went back, I've actually got a picture on my phone I can show you. There's a J pipe coming underneath the ground right near that southern end, which means there's an underground vault there of some type, probably ventilation or others. And I like, there's utility conflicts there. So I understand the concept of putting a fence there, but I don't know how we do that. It's on city land. Does the city do that? I just add that cautionary note. I hear the cut through traffic. Yes, there is a hole in the fence on the other side. I've seen it myself. I've actually seen someone go through it. But like, how does a fence get built with underground structures there? That's my only real cautionary note. Yeah, in terms of parking and access to the public utility corridor, I don't know if it's bollards or something else might be a better approach. Some means of prohibiting people from moving vehicles in there. I don't know. We're open to exploring that with the Public Service. My main concern would be conflicts. You can't put fences or other structures underneath the power lines.
Even if it was a bollard though, to go below, it's pipe or something.
I don't know, rocks, boulders.
This is why we try to stay away from the utility corridor as much as possible, knowing all the conflicts in that area.
And you're saying these units can have secondary suites?
They could. Just like any other home in the city of Winnipeg, if you meet the zoning bylaw requirements.
And the 25-foot lots are spread out, they're not all the same. There's, how many of them are there, 25-foot lots?
There's 5,
Oh, five.
and we deliberately spread them out. There's very few lots that are the same width beside each other. Well, there's, my apologies, there are some larger lots that are similar width before, but we spaced them out. And as Tom indicated earlier, if we were to go to some sort of 50-foot wide lot, there would be nothing stopping a home builder from actually putting a triplex under the new zoning requirements.
Get the public service to articulate that better so people
Yeah, so
understand.
by actually doing this,
Yeah.
there's only 4 lots in theory you could put a duplex on, and it's prohibiting anything like a triplex. So this is actually, it seems counterintuitive, but it actually is more restrictive than if we did 50-foot lots.
And I'm hearing that people are sort of, they feel like the trust is gone, that they didn't hear back from you with this change, right? So what do you want to say to that?
I mean, some of the conversations predate my time with CLC, and I did speak to Tom and others who've been involved since day one. Mr. Overton raised about this petition, and sorry, Mr. Overton or Mr. Soa, my apologies. Raised about this petition, and in my review, the file when I first came on board, I didn't remember anything about that. So I say, forwarded to him, we looked, and in the petition itself, in the email back and forth, it very specifically states, we want to be treated the same way as the neighbors to the north with LDR, lower density residential designation, because it was proposed to have 6-story buildings up to the property line back along the south side back in 2020. And then that was changed to be the lower density residential designation, which allows for the housing types that Tom talked about earlier. I went through, at one point even went to Tom and said, hey, did I miss something here? Did we promise something that I'm not aware of? And Tom assured me that no, that we were on board with what had been talked about before. We have stated we would try to do single family against single family where we could. We can't do it everywhere. The southwest corner is very challenging, but we've never really promised 50-foot wides. We had a lot of engagement, as Tom talked about, during the master plan. During the secondary plan, we had 3 open houses, 2 in public, 1 online, about 200 people. We sent out flyers to, I think it was close to 8,000 residents, including a hand letter dropped by myself, each one of the residents that have butted up against our portion of Nowandena, including blocks D and E. And at that open house, we were very clear about what we were proposing, but what we heard almost unanimously were 2 questions. What's going on with Route 90? Is that being widened? And we said, that's regional infrastructure. I have to talk to the city. And the second comment was, why haven't you started construction yet? This looks great. And we actually, after that secondary plan engagement, as we went forward with rezoning, we're like, do we need to go back to the community, even ask the public service for their kind of thoughts, knowing it's our responsibility, but we value their opinion. Say, here's what we heard at the secondary plan. Open houses, do we go back again? Like at a certain point, are you just rehashing the same things over and over again? And that's why we determined to not go back and have more open houses for this. I distributed personal letter invites back from the secondary plan open houses to every single property owner with my business card and said, at any time, if you have any questions, call me. No one has called me in over 2.5 years until we sent out a letter on our own behalf. I hand delivered it to all those homes on a Tuesday evening, and I walked in. I actually spoke to one of the neighbors who isn't here this evening briefly and said, hey, here's a neighborly invite, neighborly thing to do. There's going to be an open house, public hearing coming up. You're going to see the sign come up at the end of the week. Here's at a high level what we're proposing. Please go to our project website. We have updates on there. And if you have any questions, call you. And a number of residents have called me. I've had a number of discussions with them. I certainly hear their concerns. Some things we're going to agree to disagree with, but I value their inputs, and we always have time to listen to them.
Okay. Can I ask a question of the public service?
We have them.
Okay. So do you want to, Mr. Galston, just explain so everyone understands that if we did larger lot sizes, At what size would a triplex, what is it, 50 feet?
With a lane, it's, I think it's 40 feet, that under these new changes, a triplex could be allowed if there is a public lane.
So we have a public lane. If the lot sizes were 40 feet, what's the largest one you're proposing?
40 footers, that do you specify the minimum lot size for duplex? And
40 footers. So on 40 footers, with this new zoning as of right change that we made recently, a triplex could be put on. Is that correct?
On a 40-foot wide.
On a 40-foot lot.
Correct.
Our PDO restricts that actually.
And your PDO restricts it, so really you're doing less than what could be. Okay, just so we have people understand that as a right zoning went through, I don't know, last month, I guess, or a couple weeks ago, I'm trying to block it out. It was a long meeting, 4-day meeting. But they've restricted that to duplexes. Okay. And if they had larger lots, then they could go to fourplexes, right?
That's correct.
57 or 60 feet.
Yeah.
50 feet.
50 feet with a lane.
50 feet with a lane, they could put a fourplex on it.
Yeah.
Okay. So what you're doing really is less than what you could do if you wanted to. You could come here and you could say you want 40 foot, 50 foot, whatever. So, okay.
For context, Counselor, I live in central Tuxedo. I have an 80-foot wide lot, 100 feet, 105 foot deep on a lane, and I could put a fourplex as of right on my house where it is now.
Right.
So single family exclusive zoning, if you meet the minimum requirements of the bylaw, essentially do not exist anymore.
Right. Okay. And it's new, so I think people maybe don't understand that, or, I mean, we're getting our heads around it too. So, okay, so, you came back, you wanted to have more properties, I'm assuming, because we're in a housing crisis and we want more properties, right? Like more livable spaces.
I would say, Counselor, what we're proposing is always been consistent with the master plan has always stated in terms of the types. Is there desire for more housing? We have a variety of strategic objectives or priorities as Canada Lands Company, and one of them that's given by our shareholders is, which is the government, that what gives us the mandate to our board of directors, the board of directors give to us, is accelerate housing, provide more housing where you can, and also the other strategic priority is financial resilience. Because the cost of, I'm sure you've heard, the cost of development is very different than it was even 5 years ago.
Yes. Okay, so a bit of mandate from the board of directors and cost.
I had one of my colleagues text me in the middle of this hearing, say even in some of their rural municipalities, the widest lots they're seeing now are 40s. Just because of the cost of servicing. It's very expensive.
Yeah, no, for sure, we know that. Okay, so I don't have any more questions to the public service, and you guys have questions?
Yes, I have a question, roundabout. Our public service, believes it's, necessary for future development. How do you feel about keeping it in?
The additional dedication requirement, Counselor, or the roundabout?
The actual roundabout.
We prefer having a roundabout. There's a lot of discussions between ourselves and our Treaty 1 partners and the city, and that this felt was a much more efficient option than putting a signalized intersection in terms of how the traffic will flow. We do not have an issue with the roundabout. Actually, ourselves and our Treaty 1 partners proposed it and had lengthy discussions with the city about it. The concern we have as the applicant before you, it's part of this rezoning application, is the additional dedication requirement in the off chance an additional right turn lane from the northbound collector, right turn at the traffic circle, right here in this location, which would be right here. I'm going to tempt fate and try to zoom in here. It'll work for you. Okay. Like there's a bit of a building footprint there to kind of show you.
Yeah.
And if you took, this is 0.29 acre, it's very small. And this is largely because of where the roundabout and the intersection has to be in terms of maximum offset or minimum offset from Taylor and Keniston intersection. So we get this odd parcel. If there's an additional dedication requirement for additional lane, that quickly just eats away to that parcel where it's just non-developable. So we support the roundabout. That was actually our doing. It's the additional dedication requirement that we have a concern with.
Okay, so it's not what we see is fine. It's just if it's required that we put in an extra lane, then that would be a problem, Adam. Okay.
Yeah, thanks. Did you want to speak to the comment that one of the delegations made about building code and you guys are going to be essentially restricted to 35 feet?
I'm not as privy to the building code as that individual who speaking was. However, I am aware that for a 4-story building, you would have heard this as part of the 2, 3s, and 4 zoning bylaw public hearings. Is once you go to 4 stories, you have to do elevators amongst many other building code changes. And on a smaller building, it makes no sense at all. And we've always been very upfront. We're not proposing a small multiplex building here. What we're envisioning is townhome, stacked townhome. And again, as we said earlier, if community wishes to place an additional restriction in that area, or we show 45 feet in height to, I think we talked about it, detached, ground-oriented residential townhome and stacked townhome only to a maximum 3.5 stories, 45 feet. We'd be more than happy to do that. That's what we're aiming to restrict in our own sales documents anyways.
Put that in. I think that would be good to put in. Provide assurance.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. Another question just around, we're going back to the southwest corner here. What would the rear yard setback be on the potential builds in that corner? Somebody said they're going to be building essentially 15 feet from the property line and 250 something feet long.
No, it's that, I don't even think that lot's that long. It is, I can't remember the full, it's 90 meters wide, that lot.
So sorry, too many slides.
Okay.
That dimension there is 90 meters.
90 meters. And then 30 meters of those are within the rail setback. So you've got 60 meters of developable, plus you've got a side yard
So
setback.
30 meters from the south into the north, okay?
Yeah. So roughly 270 feet wide. That first 100 feet, you can't really build in terms of habitable space.
Yeah. Okay. And then from the property line, it's a 15-foot setback to the principal building. And then you've also got the 30-foot PR there. So it is 40. In theory, you could build something that the rear of that building is 45 feet to the.
But you have to have vehicle circulation. You have to have parking. You have to have fire vehicle access. You have to have garbage truck access.
Yeah, it won't be the building just
No.
there. Like I've never seen that
No,
right to
and
the property
Can
line.
I 100% certainly say it's going to be more than 15 feet? In theory, someone could come in with a side-oriented product where it's the end of the building with no windows facing towards the neighbors within that, 15, 20 feet within the 45-degree angular plane, so on and so forth. Would it make sense to do so? Then you'd have a series of side-angled short buildings. And I don't know if that really makes a lot of sense either. Like we played with a variety of different approaches to this to try to find something work, to try to have it on a separate parcel with separate zoning. And we just kept coming back to the same constraints over and over again.
So I don't know, I'm not sure if Tom said, did you suggest that the back lane continue to the end there?
It's possible with it could be a private lane.
You could have a private lane continue down that way. There would still be a fence to the west. It would not be a public right of way. And then essentially you could have the buildings. If I go back to that cross section, I'm probably going the wrong direction here. You could have it so the garage is in the back attached and then there's a private lane. And then that means that private lane, I think the minimum you get a private lane is And with perpendicular parking, I think it's 18-ish. Then you got the feet on the other side, then you got a minimum setback from that to the edge of your garage. You're very quickly getting into a similar type of feel as the R2 detached lots to the north.
Yeah.
And again, there's actually two of these slides that essentially is that type of form with an attached garage in the back.
So would we need? I'm assuming that the residents on that street that spoke here today and that have communicated with you guys would prefer that single unit feel behind them than the 3.5 story stacked. Would we have to impose a condition on this to ensure that that takes place, or like
what would the condition be? Sorry, I quite following you.
To go towards more of what would be built to the north on that?
In terms of having a private lane in the back with a garage, with an attached garage, we'd be very open to that. How exactly you phrase that condition, I would defer to Solomon of Public Service and how exactly you phrase that.
And then how many lots would it be broken into? Would it be lot like
It more likely, I think potentially condo. It really depends. It's probably condo because of the access issue.
Yep. Like
That's why you'd envision a private drive. One of the,
this building up here on the left, this is another 3.5 story product. This specific example in Toronto, where we have identical product in Calgary and Edmonton, and this has that attached garage behind it with the private lane, and these are condos. That said, Winnipeg is not really that much of a condo market, but that is one way you could do it. It could be owner, could be rental. We don't regulate land tenure.
we've got a few different, we've got so many scenarios on how that could develop. One of this, if you go back to the subdivision plan, we had one iteration, and I think it would be maybe the most likely potentially is a series of townhouses here or stacked towns here with some sort of, private, almost like you see off Lyndale Drive, like a kind of a green kind of space.
Pedestrian use.
Yeah, pedestrian use with another set of townhouse oriented, so townhouses to townhouses, and then medium density for the balance of it. Some sort of integrated approach like that. So you create a really unique little development there.
Another example, Counselor, would be that you may be familiar with is in Fort Rouge Yards up near the Fort Rouge station. Streetside did a condo building, but then they have a series of clustered townhomes. Those would be kind of similar in height and density and feel. And there actually is a, I don't know if I'll call it pedestrian use, but there's a pedestrian corridor that cuts through it detached from the station further to the west, and there are crash bollards so emergency vehicles can go through there, but no other vehicles could. You could, like Tom said, say something like this occur in that, and those townhouse units would face onto it, and pedestrian use with the garages behind with a private lane. That is one way it could develop. We were just very cognizant of not coming forward saying this is how it's going to be, because ultimately it's going to be the end developer of that parcel that we would be working with.
So will you have further communication with the adjacent residents as you guys come to a conclusion of what will be built there in the southwest corner?
So, Councilor, you asking when it's time for plan approval would be like provide more information surrounding neighbors? Is that what you're asking for?
I'm asking, is there going to be more communication? Because right now you're not sure exactly what is going to be built.
I mean, certainly what we can do is provide another letter drop with what those proposed plans are, when they are going to occur. And then those would also be subject to plan approval by, whether it's by director or by a similar community committee. Certainly, we're happy to do that.
And were you asking for the design guidelines to be approved, or what is that?
I think the thought is it is complicated because it's jointly
Right, yeah.
adopted with Treaty One. So, so the city doesn't really have jurisdiction over them. So I think our solution, the PDO speaks to, you know, how, that they may be adopted by, ACC. But similar to the ZAA that we heard earlier, I think the thought is, you know, if ACC would, you know, receive them for information and then delegate the authority to the director to do the plan approval, I think that would be the most appropriate.
And we've provided these design guidelines to the public service through the technical working group. There's a lot of discussion about it. There was some discussion about some of the plant pallets coming from the Parks Department and about what about this plant, what about that plant? And we said we're more than happy to work with the public service on that. We don't need to actually change the language in the design guidelines to deal with that. That's more of like a parks planning issue. I mean, our concern is if the city is going to adopt it as is, that's fine. But if the city suddenly says, we want this change, we want this change, we want this change, because this also applies to Treaty One's piece, we could end up with a bifurcated design guidelines where it says, do this, except on the CLC portion, you do this. Do this, except on CLC, you do this. We have a few little minor differences, variations between our land and Treaty One's land, like we were insistent on balconies for multifamily. There are already some subtle changes or differences in there. We would just be leery of having, you know, it be design guidelines that says do this, but every third line. That's our only hesitancy.
And then just one point of clarification, just because I'm pretty sure you said it, but somebody mentioned a parking lot in the rear of whatever is built at the southwest corner. Is there any world where a parking lot is built behind any of the residents on Park Place East?
On, you're specifically referring to this person?
Anywhere along your development, you guys gonna build?
Or you're talking about in the public utility corridor, Councilor?
No, anywhere on your property, because we're not gonna touch the public utility corridor. Is there gonna be a parking lot?
There is a potential in the 100 feet setback for, you could do non-habitable parking court or in that back. And I think if for the multifamily here, I think it would be likely that you'd see some parking along the rail corridor here.
Sorry, I meant just at the western boundary.
Western boundary.
Yeah, would there be parking back there, like a parking lot?
No.
I don't see where that would occur. I mean, townhouses, they're required to have internal parking, like i.e. an attached garage or underground.
So
Could I see there potentially being a few surface parking spaces here and there for visitors? I certainly could see that, but in terms of a large parking field, no.
Okay. And you would typically, when the 3.5 story, that's what we're gonna call it, potentially, you would see garages with those?
The examples we were showing you, Councilor, have garages, and I'm looking for I had bookmarked it in design guidelines. It talks about your for townhouses, stacked towns parking internalized or underground. That's what the design guidelines say, and that's what we're enforcing.
So no parking lots.
Again, there might be a couple spaces for visitor parking, but we have no desire to see surface parking lots. I prefer to, if it was up to me, I'd ban surface parking lots altogether.
yeah, but we've got on street.
Okay, those are my questions for now. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
All right. I have a few amendments that I would like to,
Want to work with the clerk on them, or has she done them? Or do you want to take a break and work with the clerk on the amendments, or?
You need to clarify what you're looking to do, Council.
Okay.
And then we'd have to work with public service to ensure we can capture that intent.
you need a break then for that to be accomplished?
Necessarily. It depends on.
Well, you just have a couple, right?
Yeah, I want to remove the condition of having essentially a second lane on that roundabout as dedication.
In plan considerations
In my consideration.
for I.
And go back to one fence.
Okay. So then the hammerhead still remains, right?
4I is just the roundabout.
I'm also gonna remove it. And then the next one is the hammerhead. I want to remove that as well.
So in plan considerations, remove 1 and then 4I. Okay, and removing those, there would be no other effects within these. Perfect, thanks, Kevin.
Right, so that speaks to is it a land dedication for the second lane? Is that what the actual formal description
It
is?
would be opening of the right of way for the second lane.
Okay, so to remove the opening of the right of way for the second lane? Okay, so that's one, and then the other is to remove the requirement of a hammerhead turnaround at the,
The opening of the hammerhead turn.
okay, to remove the opening of the hammerhead turnaround.
That's 1, right? That one is 1.
That is number 1.
Okay.
Mhm.
And then if I could just get Mr. Golston to help me with the wording for, what the developer offered to impose further restrictions on build form, I believe it is. What's your recommendation for that?
Yeah, we had, I believe their expression was that, the medium density area in the southwest corner, can be limited to townhouses, stacked townhouses and clustered townhouses. I think that was the wording, or the terms that were suggested. And I've worked with the clerk back and forth here to draft wording. So I can read that.
Sure.
Every time I talk, a siren comes.
I'm just going to crank on now.
Okay.
Okay.
I think we're good. So the condition as drafted, and the clerk can correct me if I've missed it, but it would be notwithstanding other provisions. This would be in the PDO, in the notwithstanding other provisions of this bylaw in the PDO 2 Noway Adina medium density residential area, where the where immediately abutting property. Where the immediately abutting property is zoned R1L or R2, multifamily residential uses shall be limited to the following types, and then A, townhouse, B, stacked townhouse, and C, clustered townhouse. So this would accommodate a variety of townhouse style development, but not have, you know, like an apartment block that's 3 stories tall kind of thing. Okay.
So do you?
Can I just ask Robert, so that one, with respect to the building form, that one would be an amendment to the PDO versus a condition on the zoning.
Yes, yeah, that would be in the PDO
Okay,
text.
okay.
Yeah, area
And
2.
so in the PDO text right now,
But what she's got for that.
the under area 2, right?
Yes, yeah.
So area 2 currently reads, it starts with AB, and then continues on. So would that be part of the, sorry, I think you said it. It was the permitted use regulations. Would that be a new D then, I guess, and then you would have to number all the remaining?
Well, this is a little bit different than uses. And that 3 right now and applies to all medium residential areas. This is just
Sorry, which 3?
Permitted use regulations.
That in area 2?
In area 2, yes.
Like 3 retail sales?
Yeah, no, 3 notwithstanding other provisions, like the permitted use regulations. This should be separate from that. It should be 4, I guess.
I think, so when they came through in the report, they weren't numbered as 1, 2, they were
Oh, I
A,
see.
B.
Okay.
So yeah, if you look on the, the agenda has it, and that's where I was just wondering, would this now become, because it's a bit, normally each subsection starts with renumbering.
Yep.
But because this one continues throughout the entirety of area 2 as like C, D, E, F, then would we will we be putting this under permitted use as a new D and then conditional use regulations becomes E and so forth?
Yes, it wouldn't be, it would be, it would be under permitted use regulations.
Okay,
But it wouldn't be, under the same subsection as retail sales, personal service.
right, yes. So C is its own clause, and then you would have a new separate clause under permitted use regulations.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, and then you'd have to renumber all the rest of them.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, and so the text would then read, the new subclause under permitted use regulations in area 2 would read, notwithstanding other provisions of this bylaw and the PDO 2 now a medium density residential area where the immediately abutting property is zoned R1L or R2, multifamily residential uses shall be limited to the following types. Townhouses, stacked townhouses, and clustered townhouses.
Correct.
Okay, and sorry, I know, just, so I'm really clear. And that would be an amendment to the PDO, but wouldn't be required to be a condition on the rezoning.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
And does that, put any restrictions on height?
That does not. So the height is restricted to 45, but if that's a separate condition, that can.
I just can't remember if the applicant spoke to a height restriction or not. Too late to get clarification on that?
If they spoke.
I don't recall if they said a specific height or not.
My
Committee mentioned.
my recollection was that was when the applicant first came up to speak in support, that was part of the discussion that the committee had with them.
No, I don't, not clearly enough to, I didn't think know that.
I know the committee had discussions throughout the public representations. I don't know that the applicant then addressed it in their rebuttal.
Is there a way to get clarification at this point in time?
I actually don't know, but I believe they had mentioned that for the bottom portion there, they said 45 feet. 42, like 45. But can we ask them back? That's what I'll wait on.
Typically do that, but
We don't typically do that, but so if the committee wished to get clarification.
no, okay. So the townhouse piece was 45 feet and I believe the R2 was between 35 to 38 or something like that. I can't recall, but regardless, the wording doesn't change because they can go up to 45.
Yes, currently it's 45.
All right, and then the other condition, or what do we call them, conditions or amendments would be, I just want to see, the delegation brought up the point of the fence line at the south of the property to extend to, over the city property. I'm sure they can figure it out with spanning over the pipe or whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
What did you call it? Security fence? Cause, emergency
um,
fence, something?
Yeah,
Hasn't brought up a good point that
it's
doesn't,
a
nobody stopped.
railway security fence. It'll be an amendment to clause 12 of Schedule B, section 4.
Section 4 is servicing conditions.
Yeah.
Clause 12.
After the term planned area, add in the words and the public reserve directly to the west of the planned area.
Sorry, I'm just trying to find in 12.
Yeah, it should be railway security.
Oh, I see. Sorry. Yes. So the developer shall at no expense to the city construct within the planned area.
So add in the term after that and the public reserve directly to the west of the planned area.
In the public reserve. Directly to the west
Of the planned area.
of the planned area. Okay.
And let's add to the satisfaction of Director of Water and Waste as well.
right after,
Yeah.
to the west of the planned area, to the satisfaction of the director?
No, it goes on abutting the Canadian National Railway, uniform fence as determined and by and to the satisfaction director of public works. Let's add water waste after public works so that it's also.
Okay, and the director of water and waste.
Yeah.
Okay,
So that's bringing the fence all the way up into the existing one that,
Yes.
the railway has.
Yeah.
Okay.
and director of water and waste.
You can also do bullards up and down.
Yeah, we're gonna, that was my next. So, I would like to see a fence built the entirety of the, property, but I don't think that that's doable considering it's pretty evident that it's gonna get damaged. However, there must be some sort of barrier that we can create so that this public, access point isn't used for
Even if
storing
it's not
parking.
bollards, it could be decorative rocks, right? Boulders, you know how they can sporadically place boulders. We have a rail line behind the halo on Pembina Highway and we put boulders. So,
We have, sure.
It can be whatever, just to restrict people from driving vehicles or placing their belongings on there.
So under the phrase I just sent you,
Mhm.
23C, developer shall at no expense to the city provide,
Wait, sorry, what you just sent me was 12.
there should be 23C, should be the first one there.
Oh, I see, right,
Okay.
sorry, okay, yeah.
So after bullards, add in the words or other permanent physical feature.
Okay, hold on one sec, please.
a rather permanent
Okay,
physical feature.
so
That's good.
you want to add to 23 a new condition C,
Correct?
and it shall be worded.
Yeah, physical feature, perfect. And then they can figure it out.
Condition 23C.
The option's open.
Yeah,
The developer shall at no expense to city provide bollards
Or
or
other permanent physical feature.
sorry. I can't- Okay, to delineate the separation and discourage that. Okay, and that's it for that one. Okay.
and I do not have to put a condition to require, garages because the current plan states that they have to. I think Mr. Marsh said that in his presentation, that they have to build either underground or garage parking.
Yeah, that's my recollection is that it's required through their guidelines.
Yeah, because I don't want to see a parking lot behind any of these residents either. That's the public services interpretation, is that they have to do some type of.
Yeah, as the applicant said, as David Marsh said, there may be a few stalls as visitor parking, but this will not be developed as like, this is where people in apartments park their cars. This will not be a parking lot. That is our understanding. The PDO does have language about screening any visible parking from adjacent properties as well.
And then the rest of the R2, my understanding was that there was going to be some sort of covered parking garage structure on each of the lots.
That's my understanding as well from what they've said.
I was considering doing a minimum lot width, but although I do agree with the delegations that I don't, especially when one of them is coming forward and saying 37.5 feet. However, given the changes to the zoning, what I don't want to see is triplexes and fourplexes all of a sudden come up to as of right there. So I don't think unless there's any way around that, I don't think there is at this point in time.
I don't believe we have many PDOs and changes to the zoning bylaw, but I believe that as of right change that council with that overrides what this PDO might say.
So if they went down to whatever the equation is with 37-foot lots, I think it's nearly 30, they could essentially end up with 90 units behind them.
I haven't done the calculations on what the max might be.
I don't see that being what the sentiment was of the delegations or the neighbors that I heard from, so. Is there anything else? At all that I'm,
Well, I think you've made a lot of good adjustments in light of the situation.
Good.
Sort of protective adjustments, so. Let's keep going.
okay, those are my amendments.
Okay. Can I just, do you mind if just before we get into
Please.
motions, I confirm with the public service? Okay. So Robert, with respect to the recommendations, we are amending recommendation 3 to which would amend the PDO in area 2 under permitted use regulations to include notwithstanding other provisions of this bylaw in the PDO, where the immediately abutting property is zoned R1L or R2, multifamily residential uses shall be permitted to the following types: townhouse, stacked townhouse, clustered townhouse. And then additionally, we're adding a new condition to 3A, which would become 3AV. No, sorry, we're not. Right?
No.
Okay. Not doing, so there's, okay. And then Kevin, with respect to the ACG report, in plan considerations, we're removing 1 and 4I. In section 4, condition 12, after the words planned area, we're adding and the public reserve directly to the west of the planned area. And then after the words director of public works and the director of water and waste. Okay. And then in condition 23, sorry, we're adding a new condition 23C. The developer shall at no expense to the city provide bollards or other permanent physical feature, plural? Single?
Plural.
Okay. Features to delineate the separation and discourage encroachment of the existing public reserve along the western limit of the planned area as determined by and to the satisfaction of the director of water and waste. And that's it that we have. We're moving. Okay. So there's no height condition.
I don't know where that would,
I can tell you where it would be.
Yeah, please.
If you want.
Yeah.
Okay. If there was a desire for a height restriction, it would be a condition of 3A. So a condition of the rezoning. Robert has prepared language that could read the maximum height of any building within 126 feet of the west property line of the planned area, as identified in Schedule C of this report, shall be limited to a maximum of.
no, I think we captured that with the single units
Stacked.
and the stacked towns, yeah.
Okay. And then there was talk about the trespassing.
I think we accomplished that.
Okay.
Did I,
Okay.
I said the south fence,
Yeah, that's when we
Okay,
extended
okay.
12 goes on.
extends,
Okay.
yes,
Extends.
covers the south end, yep.
Okay. Okay. I understand the amendments. The committee is ready for motions.
Thank you.
It's gonna bug me because I can't remember if it's correct or not. If we're amending it, can we also delete just the word, the rail? So I'm pretty sure it's rivers, but I have it written here or something.
Sorry, which condition?
Under 12,
In section 4?
section 4.
Okay.
For some reason I'm calling it Reddit, but I believe it's rivers.
I see that, yes.
So.
Okay. So it says Canadian National Railway Rivers subdivision.
You know, let's just delete it. Let's just call it Canadian National Railway Subdivision.
Okay, so in 12, we're also deleting the word Reddit.
Yeah, because I feel like that's a typo.
Okay. Okay. So in 12, delete the word Reddit. Okay. As long as the committee is
Yes,
comfortable
of
with
course. Thank you.
deleting.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, Cheryl move that the report of the Winnipeg Public Service be taken as read.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Move that the receipt of public representations be concluded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carried.
I'll move that the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service be concurred in as amended and forwarded to the standing policy on property and development.
And that's with all of those previously stated amendments.
My supporting reasons are, first and foremost, this would move forward the development of Naui Odina from the Canada Lands property, which the community has asked for multiple years now, that the single unit housing, although not in complete conformance with the adjacent properties, does provide for single unit development. Also that this assists in the housing stock in Winnipeg. That the developer has a long-standing track record across Canada for high quality development. And that the amendments here today reflect some of the concerns brought forward by the delegations via public presentation and written submissions. Those are the supporting reasons.
All those in favor?
I just want to add to this too, just for supporting reasons. When we approve the new as of right zoning for larger size lots, I just want to really reiterate that, not even larger size lots, 50-foot lots, that there could actually be more density here than is being requested now. I think that's important that residents understand that the change, the transition could be a greater level of density. Transitions from one neighborhood to another is not always exactly the same square footage or lot size. And then we want to add the layer of basically a housing crisis and the need for housing, and that we really need to have housing. So I think like it's an incredible distance of buffer, which now I'm in a newer development, a greenfield development. We certainly don't see that, but it's an incredible distance of buffer. And then what's being presented and being put in is less density than it actually could legally be. So I think it's a compromise. I think the adjustments that Councillor Duncan has made satisfy and address some of the concerns that were held. But it's difficult to address all the concerns in light of the global situation that we're in with housing. So I'm very supportive of this. I've seen work. I've traveled to Toronto to see what Canada Lands has done, and they do beautiful work. So I hear the concerns of change, but I don't think residents need to be overly concerned.
Okay, thank you very much. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried.
And I'll move that the public hearing with respects to this application be concluded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Please note the committee has made a recommendation on this matter that will now proceed to council. No further representations are permitted, and all persons registered for the public hearing will receive notice when the matter is to be considered by council.
I'll move for adjournment.
Meeting's adjourned.
I just need to call a question.
Okay, call. All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.